And we're live, right? Yeah, we're live. So, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Today's been a pretty boring day. Nothing's happened. It snowed. It's cold as fuck. Oh, my headphones just thought they turned off, but I guess not. Okay. Doesn't matter. So, I saw this video pop up on my, home screen like last night, I think, and I immediately added it to my watch later because the thumbnail for this had like my jaw on the fucking floor. So I was just scrolling through and it says, "You cooked him?" And detectives left sickened by killer mom's confession. So yeah, I really, I had to watch it. I had to watch it. There was just no way that I wasn't going to. So, without further ado, detectives left shocked. Wait, no. Without further ado, detectives left sickened by killer mom's confession.
Admitted to a crime.
What type of crime?
I really don't want to talk about it anymore.
What was the purpose of putting those things in pots?
To cook them down. I don't remember. I just started cutting. I put 2 of them in the oven.
Huh?
When Jimmy Schaefer went missing, it was assumed that someone had kidnapped him. Yet the truth of his actual fate is far more bizarre and gruesome than anyone could have ever expected. Not only was the identity of the culprit completely unimaginable, so was the horrific discovery that a few of Jimmy's body parts had found their way into someone's oven.
What the fuck?
My sister needs to be Baker.
What is Baker acted? I gotta find that out really quick. Baker acted. Wait, why should I Google that? Obviously, it's like she's using a... Baker Act encourages the voluntary admission of persons for psychiatric care, but only when they are able to understand the decision and its consequences and are fully exercise their rights to themselves. Okay. She needs to be Baker acted. Is he using it as a fucking, like, verb?
And she needs to talk to a sheriff's officer.
Why does she need to be Baker acted?
She has pills and she's threatening to take them, and she's admitted to a crime.
What type of crime?
I really don't want to talk about it anymore. I would like to see the police officer in my front yard, please.
Okay, well, they're on
Oh.
their way, but they have to drive there, and while they're driving there, I need to get some information from my deputies.
She's currently being investigated in a missing persons case.
Oh my god. Okay, so... Is she having, like a manic episode? Like, clearly she's not well.
On April 3rd,
Oh my God.
2013, Candy Medina started to suspect that something was seriously wrong.
Is Candy the sister?
Candy lived with her boyfriend,
No,
36-year-old
never mind.
James Schaefer,
I should just
nicknamed
listen.
Jimmy. However, she hadn't seen him since he'd left the home the day before. Jimmy was employed as a driver at Blue Diamond Limousine, a limo rental company.
When did this happen? James Schaefer? Let's see. Let me find out when this happened, and then I will speak. (2013). Okay. Honestly, no, he's a driver. I guess that makes sense. That you wouldn't like. Maybe no. I would be like suspicious if my significant other did not show back up that night. Like, as soon as you break. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Obviously, like the first thing in your mind is not going to be he's been
Deltona, Florida,
killed or
left for work
missing.
around 3 p.m. on April 2nd. He'd reportedly had an assignment in Tampa that night. When he didn't return home that night, Candy wasn't surprised. Jimmy had chauffeured trips that had lasted days at a time before.
Oh my god.
Later that day,
Just
Candy
as a
called
limo
Jimmy's
driver?
boss to make sure that Jimmy was still at work. What she was told made her blood run cold. Jimmy had turned in the money from the Tampa trip and left work hours ago. He was actually supposed to return to work that afternoon for another assignment, but he didn't show up or call. Candy waited restlessly for Jimmy to return home.
Yeah, okay.
The day turned into
This is
night,
fucking
and Jimmy still wasn't there.
No, if he's dropped off like normally, like ends the shift normally and then just doesn't show up the next day. He hasn't seen, like, girlfriend hasn't seen him. I would be calling the police immediately. Obviously, like, she's experiencing a lot of emotions, but holy shit, like, that's so scary. Like, you would be thinking a million different things. Did he run away? Did he just, like, start a new life? Did he die? Did he get into a car crash? Like, what? Like, where is he? What happened to him? It's almost worse. It's almost worse than just not knowing at all. Because it could be anything. And none of it's good.
She immediately called Jimmy's father, Thomas, who he spoke to on a regular basis. She asked whether he'd heard from his son recently. However, Thomas hadn't spoken to Jimmy in a few days. At that point, Jimmy hadn't been seen or heard from in well over 24 hours, so Thomas reported his son missing. Thomas later received
That's not a
call
thing.
from Jimmy's boss, letting him know.
Guys, okay, if there is a missing person, you do not have to wait 24 hours to file missing persons report. I don't know if it was just a coincidence that it had been 24 hours since he had been missing before the father filed the report. But you don't have to do that. That's not... If you think somebody is missing, you file that report immediately. The second you suspect it. You don't have to wait 24 hours.
Know that Jimmy's red pickup truck was still sitting in the company's driveway.
Dude, the boss should be calling the fucking police. I would be so pissed off if my boss noticed that my car was still in the parking lot and I didn't show up for work. I would be so pissed off at my boss if they did not call the police. Are you fucking serious? His truck is still parked in the parking lot, and it's not like it's a huge parking lot like Walmart. It's like a house that's been renovated into a business space. His pickup truck is right there. The motherfucker didn't show back up for work the next afternoon, and the boss didn't think to call the girlfriend, the fucking emergency contact, the police. If their truck is still in your fucking driveway and they aren't at work, they didn't walk home. Bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. Like the boss recognized... I'm going on for too long. That's baffling.
The obvious first stop for detectives looking into what happened to Jimmy was to visit Blue Diamond Limousine. The same day the missing persons report was made, police pulled up to the small limo company where a mechanic claimed they had actually witnessed something unsettling after Jimmy returned from working the Tampa job and just before he went missing. According to the mechanic, he was asleep inside the residential area of the company when Jimmy woke him up around 3 a.m. He told him that one of the limos was having problems. The mechanic went outside and started inspecting the car, and from where he was, he had a clear view of Jimmy walking to his truck in the driveway. Jimmy was standing by his vehicle when a dark car with tinted windows and its lights off crept up and stopped in front of the property. Though the mechanic couldn't see the driver, a voice ordered Jimmy to come to the car. According to him, the voice sounded like that of a man. Jimmy walked over to the vehicle and the same voice told him to get inside. Jimmy complied and the car drove away, still with its lights off. Though Candy hadn't seen Jimmy, she had received a text message from
That is the most suspicious thing that can happen. Besides witnessing a man getting, like, stabbed to death in front of you, nothing is clearly more suspicious of criminal activity than a black tinted window car, like black car, pulling up next to, like, a human, ordering the human to get in the car, and then driving away with the lights off. You didn't call the cops? Hey, I think I just, like, witnessed some mob shit go down. In front of the business with a guy I work with, I have all of his information, he works with me. The mechanic saw this happen. The boss saw that he did not show back up for work the next day and that his truck was still there. And no one's contacting his emergency contact, his girlfriend, the police. Wait, okay, go back.
lights off.
Said she got a
Though
text?
Candy hadn't seen Jimmy, she had received a text message from him stating that he was having to hide out from someone, but that he was all right. She stated that while he allegedly owed several people money, she didn't know of anyone who'd want to harm him. Investigators spoke with nearby residents in hopes that someone could provide information that
Why does this business not have cameras? They had like one security camera outside that could have caught the license plate, or like the make and model of the car, anything like that.
would lead to his whereabouts. It was then that they first made contact with his neighbor from across the street, 40-year-old Angela Stolt, and she had some interesting details to share. According to Angela, she'd seen Jimmy in the very early morning hours of the day he went missing, after he'd left work around 4 a.m. It was behind the Deltona Winn-Dixie where Jimmy, accompanied by an unidentified man, made a cash drop to Angela in the amount of $150. She explained that she was the payee for her friend Jimmy's Social Security disability benefits checks, and that the two shared a bank account. The next day,
What?
investigators revisited it.
What? This dude's just living like a double life? He has a separate bank account with this other woman where it's a joint bank account and he's filing Social Security disability checks for her friend. Seems like a nice guy. I mean, clearly, like, he's able to work, so her friend's not able to. Might as well. Sad that her friend needed the disability checks and couldn't get approved. That's my takeaway from this.
And that the two shared a bank account. The next day, investigators revisited Angela so they could photograph the text messages between her and Jimmy as evidence. Angela had received another text message from Jimmy on that very morning. It read, "I can't get it. Keep the cash for yourself." Angela responded to the message, telling him that the police were looking for him, but she never got a reply back after that.
Call him!
That would reportedly be the last time Angela would see or hear from Jimmy. The tone of Jimmy's text didn't seem particularly panicked, and according to Angela,
It didn't seem particularly panicked. He's like frantically hitting space, but he's like hitting the apostrophe, not the apostrophe, the comma. If I got a text from somebody who is usually able to, like, you know, maneuver with the money, and they're like, hey, can't get to it, keep the money for yourself. And then they just do not reply. You haven't seen them, the police are looking for them. Call the phone.
that the police were looking for him, but she never got a reply back after that. That would reportedly be the last time Angela would see or
Is this an
hear
AI
from
generated
Jimmy.
voice? Because it's so
The
nice.
tone of Jimmy's text didn't seem particularly panicked, and according to Angela's account of their last few interactions, Jimmy wasn't behaving like someone under duress. It appeared that detectives' best bet of getting him to come back was to first find out what or who he was hiding from. Over the next week and a half, police contacted Candy and Angela on a daily basis to ask questions and see if they'd successfully contacted Jimmy. However, through these numerous conversations, investigators started to get the sense that Angela knew more about Jimmy's location than she was letting on. When they confronted her with this accusation, she shocked police by admitting that she actually hadn't been completely honest with them. The police then took Angela.
Why comply in the first place? If you're just gonna feed them faulty information the entire time, why go to the police in the first place? Why do you not, like, when the police first knock on your door and you open it, just say, no, I don't know him that well. Because I don't know my neighbors that well. The police will believe that. If you just say that you don't know your neighbor that well, sorry, I can't really help that much. I feel like the girlfriend doesn't really know about this arrangement with her friend. So it's not like she could tattle. Be like, oh, actually Angela does know my boyfriend.
In for questioning,
Just don't comply.
bringing her to an interrogation room at the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. The following interrogations have been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney,
Me.
a licensed clinical psychologist,
Me.
and a licensed professional counselor.
Me again.
I want you to understand something, sorry. We are conducting a criminal investigation, obviously. I told you and I promised you that prior to this, you have a clean slate. Okay? Clean slate. Whatever you told me before,
What is she?
starting all over.
Right off the bat,
Her mannerisms are so strange. She's like, does she think that she's blind because of the sunglasses? She's like, move her arms. She's so fluid. You have a clean slate. This slate is clean. There's nothing on it. You're free. You're free. Obviously, we are conducting a criminal investigation here. There's people who, like, talk with their hands, and then there are people who, like, communicate with their hands. Why is she wearing sunglasses?
Angela's sunglasses limit the detective's ability to observe an important aspect of her nonverbal communication, her eyes. The eyes can give away a person's emotions. Though this does put the detective at a slight disadvantage, asking Angela to remove her glasses could be interpreted as an attempt to infringe on her rights or treat her like a suspect. If they
What?
want the whole truth from Angela,
Here we go. Okay, yeah. Consensus of actual lawyer. Oh, here we go. Here's an actual legal document. Do I have to take off my sunglasses if asked by an officer of the law when there's no probable cause? Legally, you are probably on sound footing to politely say that the officer, that unless it is required, you prefer to keep your glasses on. Now, practically, it's probably not a sound tactic. Reality is that upsetting a police officer in the field comes with a price, unfortunately. The price depends on how professional the police officer is and how experienced. You draw the wrong police officer and you can find yourself spending a few hours appeasing a malfunctioned investigation. Okay, yeah, legally, you don't have to take him off. He would be infringing upon her rights, since she's not technically a suspect at this point. She's not under arrest. She's just being questioned. Voluntarily, might I add.
It's best the detectives steer clear of anything that might make her feel like a target.
As long as I can get to the truth, I don't care how many lies it takes me. The door, it's not locked, you're not under arrest, okay? This is an attempt to get you out of this situation and find Jimmy and then close this case out.
The fact that Angela is free.
The tone of voice that the interviewer is using feels very aggressive and accusatory. If I was in Angela's position, I would feel like I'm being accused of making Jimmy go missing. It's like it's not like I'm no longer giving an interview. I'm under questioning.
Free to leave means that this isn't a custodial interrogation. Thus, Miranda rights don't technically apply here. The detective is approaching the interview as if she's giving her a second chance at their first one. However, this isn't recommended. When an interview is a follow-up of a previous one, it's most common to use the narrative method, which treats the current conversation as simply a continuation of the previous one, and features open-ended questions and attendant cues. This method also provides the opportunity to build off the story and rapport from the last encounter.
Because what was reported to us is that he was basically abducted, okay? It was reported now that he is missing, he's endangered, and that he's been abducted. Now, what I need from you is I need for you to tell me all the reasons why that's not jiving with what you know. You're the closest person to him in this whole situation, okay? You're probably the last person now since the other day that has actually seen him besides who he's with. What was going on with his family dynamic? What did you know about before we came to visit you? What was the conversation? What was anything that was said to you to indicate that he might be on the run or he might be leaving?
I don't think I like this interviewer. She just isn't. I don't know. I feel like she's not conveying it very well. She's like presenting the gravity of the situation while also like immediately trying to backpedal and say that she's free to leave, but this is a criminal investigation. But okay, I'll let speak.
Delivered Angela multiple questions without pausing to let her answer. This could be a sign of nerves on the investigator's part. Even officers may get nervous during an interrogation.
Yeah, she's like stumbling over herself.
The tremendous pressure of handling high-profile missing persons and/or murder cases. Ideally, though, the questions should be kept short and simple so as not to confuse the suspect or themselves.
He told me his wife and they were fighting a lot.
So when you became the payee of his Social Security or whatever, why did you become the payee on it?
He begged me like for weeks, and I told him no several times. No, I don't want to do it. And he's like, I got nobody else. I just wanted to help him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused. I have to go back still. Let me. Jesus. That was a really long question.
From the last encounter.
Because what was reported to us is that he was basically abducted. Okay? It was reported now that he is missing, he's endangered, and that he's been abducted. Now, what I need from you is I need for you to tell me all the reasons why that's not jiving with what you know.
Jiving.
You're the closest person to him in this whole situation. Okay? You're probably the last person now since the other day that has actually seen him besides who he's with. What was going on with his family dynamic? What did you know about before we came to visit you? What was the conversation? What was anything that was said to you to indicate that he might be on the run?
Yeah, she asked like 7 questions. Just rapid fire, one after the other. Okay. But I'm still confused, like...
He might be leaving.
The detective delivered Angela multiple questions without pausing to let her answer. This could be a sign of nerves on the investigator's part. Even officers may get nervous during an interrogation, especially under the tremendous pressure of handling high-profile missing persons and/or murder cases. Ideally, though, the questions should be kept short and simple so as not to confuse the suspect or themselves.
He told me his wife and they were fighting a lot.
So when you became the payee of his Social Security or whatever, why did you become the payee on it?
He begged me.
I'm just confused. Why does she need to be the payee on his Social Security? Because he has no one else. What does that mean?
Like for weeks, and I told him no several times. No, I don't want to do it. And he's like, I got nobody else. I just wanted to help him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've always just wanted to help him.
Right.
I tried to get his financial situation straightened out, but he's always stealing money from somebody and needing money for this, that, and the other.
Maybe...
An addict?
No.
That you know of?
I don't... it still doesn't make sense why she has to be the payee of his Social Security payments. Can't he set... Like, if you can just set up... Yeah, clearly they aren't married. So... You can just set up a bank... Why doesn't he set up a joint bank account with his girlfriend, or... Does he need, like, a... Do you need, like, a co-signer?
Not that I know of, but he does all sorts of stuff.
In addition to not stacking the questions, investigators should also be careful not to add unnecessary memory qualifiers to their questions. When the detective tacked on the "that you know of" to the end of the question, it simultaneously made the question weaker and made it easier for the suspect to lie. Angela's answer would have been far more meaningful if she was allowed to answer the original question and introduce the selective memory statement herself, which then would have been an indication of possible deception. Since the detective is the one who used the phrase, they've missed an important potential red flag. Angela has been noticeably still since the interrogation began. While excessive movement can be an indicator of stress or discomfort, lack of movement can also be a symptom of dishonesty. This is because nonverbal communication is a normal part of conversation. When it's absent, it's often due to the fact that the individual is focusing most of their cognitive power on what's coming out of their mouth,
Yeah.
and not on what they're physically doing.
Yeah, because you're just, like, you're not sitting there thinking about, like, telling the truth and, like, speaking. You're just sitting there, and all of your willpower is going into, how do I make this believable? You aren't moving around. You aren't shifting, and when you do, it's probably because you're thinking, I need to shift, I need to move a little bit more to sell this. It's not... I don't know. She's literally not moved from that position for almost 11 minutes.
Thus, their body language typically won't align with what they're saying.
And she hasn't made eye contact this entire time, either. Not only because of the sunglasses, but she's just looking away from both of them. She might be looking at the other officer right now, but I don't think she's really turned and faced her. Okay, no, she has a little bit. But yeah, usually, even with the sunglasses on, she just will not make eye contact.
Won't move at all, as we see here.
When was the last time you seen him? Recently.
Yeah, she answers by looking at the floor. Doesn't move.
Week and a half? I don't even know what date it is. It's
Okay, so we were at your house several times. The day that I saw you, okay, was a Thursday? Is that a Thursday?
It was like the day after that.
When someone pushes on their face or forehead, like Angela is doing here, it's typically a sign of stress. This particular behavior is called facial distortion.
He came by. He wanted the money. He got mad because I told him that I put it in the bank and I didn't.
So I asked you straight up today, have you seen him? You said no. You told me that several times, right? And then what happened? You tell me the truth. So there's the problem. Now I told you and I promised you that if you were honest from this point forward, we're not even going to deal with that. We're not even going to worry about it. Okay? It's, as far as I'm concerned, you have a clean slate right now. As long as you're honest with me and you continue to be honest with me and you don't impede my investigation any further, you understand something? Do you understand what's going to happen if this turns into a homicide?
She is very aggressive. She's not treating this like a non-Miranda rights and like interview. She's acting like this person cannot at any point in time just get up and walk out that door. She is going very hard on her. Asking so many questions. Just like beating her over the head. Like literally, she's getting stressed out sitting there. I don't know if she's a good detective.
Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about if somebody actually does find him before we find him? You're not telling us the truth on X, Y, and Z, and meanwhile, everyone who's after him finds him, and they don't give a shit about him, and if he ends up dead in a ditch, how are you going to feel about that?
Horrible.
The detective is trying everything she can to elicit a response from
Yeah.
Angela. Since Angela has alleged that people are after Jimmy, the investigator is stressing that Jimmy could be in grave danger.
But she also is like... She is treating her like the murder suspect. Like a murder suspect. She is determined that this is a homicide investigation from the beginning. She knows that he's dead, probably. Because, I don't know. Maybe just a hunch or something like that. But she's treating it like a murder case right now. She is treating this like her like a murder suspect. And she's... I don't know. She's... Like, she doesn't even believe the people are after him narrative because she's talking to the person who said this and she's like, the people that are after him, her mannerisms just are not her body language, her mannerisms, her tone of voice is just so unhelpful, I feel like. Like, all of this is just making Angela shut down. It's not... Yeah, she's not like getting anywhere with it. She's throwing everything she can at the wall. Nothing is sticking because like she's just beating this woman over the head. She's too stressed to answer anything.
If the parties Jimmy is supposedly hiding from track him down before law enforcement is able to.
And there you go. We're telling you he's not going to jail. Okay? I want to take him out of my database as missing. He's clearly trying to evade us and anyone else that might be looking for him. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if he's bullshit or not because he could be lying to you. This could be some stupid ploy for him to clear his name with everything and walk away from his whole life. And it sounds like he just wants to start over. You're the payee on that account. He's overdrafted that account because you granted him access and you ultimately were responsible for that account, correct? So
Are you a fucking banker? What does it matter that he overdrafted the account? God. You let him overdraft that account. You let him take money out of that account. You let him use his social security payment. Yeah, it's his fucking money. It's a joint account. His name's on the bank account too. She's not his... Is she his mom? Like... So fucking bizarre.
your name is not coming off of that until we lift this freeze. They're not going to let you have any access to that account. And rightfully so. You trusted him. You over. You tell him to come to us, he you over again. And he's going to come back to your house.
Notice that until this point, Angela has nodded her head in agreement to every point the detective has made. But when the detective gets to her next point, about Jimmy coming back to her house, Angela doesn't nod along.
Oh!
This may indicate that she doesn't agree with this statement. But what makes her so sure?
Okay, who's to say that he's not going to come to you and say, take whatever's out of your own bank account then? You know, that's why, what if he says that to you?
It's pretty sick that they have like the Nerf gun wall there. That's awesome.
Get me the money. What if he puts you in the car and he tells you to go be a prostitute? I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box here.
Jesus.
Did you tell him to put a hole in it?
I texted him, but it didn't want to go through.
From the time you seen him that morning at the Winn-Dixie, when...
And Dixie's a gas station or like a store, right?
Yeah,
Went the very next day.
the very next day, so the 5th. The 4th is when he was reported missing.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty suspicious. I'll say that. I'll say that's pretty suspicious that you've been in contact with this guy for pretty much the entire time he's been missing. Missing.
And that's when you met him at the Winn-Dixie, correct? Okay. So the day after that? Okay. Was it at night, during the day, or
Right.
night? And where was that meeting?
It was on my front porch.
Okay. What did he tell you? I mean, did he talk about...
Why
where
is
he
the
was?
sheriff in her yard? She's got a... I mean, there's obviously a street there. She's got a fucking driveway. Why is the sheriff in the yard?
Talking really fast, saying that he needed the money so he could go get more. And I told him I deposited it in the bank.
Where did he say he was? Because I know he's not just going to show up and be like, hey, how you doing? He's going to say, hey, I've been somewhere. I got to go back to at least give you a
He didn't
city.
tell me anything
Nothing.
about where he was going.
How'd he get there?
And it was a car in my driveway. I didn't even look at it.
What color?
I have no idea. The silver.
Was it the
White.
same?
Okay, so that's... I'm liking his line of questioning a little bit more. He's less confrontational. He's just very... I don't know. How do you get to your house? Did he say that he was going to like a city? He must have said that he was going to like a city, right? He was going somewhere? He has better rapport with her, and it sounds like she's the one who showed up to the house first.
Car you seen that morning?
It could have been. I don't know.
We know that you know Jimmy a lot more than the way you're playing it off here. You know Jimmy, and I have a feeling you might know the people he was with. You know a lot more information than what you're telling us, okay? I know that based on the way you're acting right now. And I don't want you to lie to us. Have you spoken with him since?
No, sir. I tried.
Tried as in how?
What are you looking at?
Texting?
I just drank some other things on me.
Oh, I'm looking at your text with him.
Her body language is so strange. Why is she looks like she's as relaxed as she's going through her own phone. She's like, oh yeah, I'm looking at your text. I'm looking at your text. I'm not looking at anything else. She's not even like paying attention to the conversation. That's not what she said. She said you could look through the other stuff. This person who you have not read their Miranda rights to, has willingly handed you their phone and you suspect them of impeding your investigation, and she is telling you, I have other methods of communication with him on that phone. And the investigator's just not even paying it. Yeah, I'm going through it right. I'm looking at your text. Don't worry, I won't go through anything else. No, are you... Dude, I just said you could! Arrest me already!
Has he replied to you since you tried texting him? Where is he staying right
What
now?
does this mean? Because it seems like, I'm sorry, it seems like conversations are deleted. Were you deleting conversations in this? Because it doesn't even make sense. Like, it said you wrote, did it help? Did what help?
Oh, I can.
I mean, it sounds like they're just like two people on like a lot of drugs. Like, and of course you don't fucking understand what they're saying.
You wrote beyond burnt out, and then you wrote, did it help? And he wrote a bit.
May I see it?
I don't know. I can't. They're all over the place. You have some that I don't understand how they're not even. They don't go consecutively.
You've driven him to get dope, right?
Once or twice.
Within the many years that you've known him? I find that hard to believe.
It's surprising that the detectives are freely searching through Angela's text messages this way, as it seems like an invasion of privacy. Given Angela handed her phone over to the detective, but she didn't give her express permission to search through it. She might have only been giving the officer permission to look at the specific text messages they were discussing at the time. Besides being a poor...
Are they going through the other parts of the phone? She just said that she wasn't going through anything other than text. Are they just going through the phone now? Yeah, I guess she didn't say that. She said, yeah, I have other ways of contacting him. She didn't say that you could go through the phone. Yeah, she didn't like really... They didn't ask permission.
The detectives are freely searching through Angela's text messages this way, as it seems like an invasion of privacy. Given Angela handed her phone over to the detective, but she didn't give her express permission to search through it. She might have only been giving the officer permission to look at the specific text messages they were discussing at the time.
True.
Besides being a poor trust-building choice,
I hadn't thought about that.
Potentially give rise to legal issues.
Yeah, okay. If they wanted to use any of the evidence they found on that phone in court, I don't think that... I'm not a legal expert, don't get me wrong. I don't think that they would be able to use it, right? She didn't give permission to go through anything other than... She didn't give, like, express permission to go through anything other than that, like, specific message, like those messages she sent. She didn't give permission to look through anything else in the text messages. Like, if anything suspicious pops up on there, and, like, I don't know, she could be linked to a different crime, since she's, like, driving him to get dope and stuff sometimes. I don't know.
On the road.
So,
that could completely fuck their investigation if she, like, was the murderer.
And you tell him that the cops are looking for him, whatever. What does he say?
Does he just walk up and say, I need to get away from everything? Or how does he start it?
Give me the phone. I need you to concentrate on this. We'll go back to that.
Give me the phone. Give me the phone. Well, you just asked me. The question before this was make sense of this. This doesn't make sense. Can you make this make sense? Okay, yeah, let me do that. Give me the phone. Give me the phone. I need you to concentrate on this. Give me the phone. I might be flip-flopping a lot, but I don't think I like these detectives.
I need you to concentrate. When he came to your house, what was said?
Although it's clear that Angela couldn't fully concentrate on the conversation while on her phone, The way the detective confiscated it is more in line with how a teacher might reprimand a student.
Yeah! Oh my god! That gave me flashbacks. I think that might be why I got so upset about it. She reminds me of my English teacher. My phone falls out of my pocket. I pick it up. I look at the time. I put it back in my pocket. She says, "Give me the phone." Bitch.
Still, the phone was serving as a distraction and needed to be removed in order to focus the interrogation. It doesn't appear that Angela's Fourth or Fifth Amendment rights were violated as a result of the confiscation, given the circumstances. It doesn't seem that a warrantless seizure occurred, nor that she was deprived of chattel property.
He said he needed the money back, so he could go get more. So he could get the bank straightened out so he could get the money. So he could pay his mortgage and pay back some stuff that he stole. And he said, "Don't tell anybody I was here." I said, "Why not?" He said, "Because if the cops find me, they'll find me. They're using the cops." And I said, "Who?" He said, "I'm not going to say." Hello? Hey, one moment. Do you want to talk to him?
Who is it?
My husband. Alright. Talk to you later.
What the fuck?
Bye.
That felt bizarre. Was there like, how much? 37.51.
If the cops find me, they'll find me. They're using the cops. And I said, "Who?" He said, "I'm not going to say."
10 minutes. Okay.
Hello?
That makes more sense. I thought it was like right after she said that she got a call.
One moment. Do you want to talk to him?
Who is it?
My husband. Alright. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, why would the
Bye.
why would the detectives want to talk to your husband? Hey, how's it going? We got your wife in here for questioning right now. Have a good day at work. What you making for dinner tonight? If the detectives wanted to talk to him, he would be sitting there.
Where's he?
I don't know.
Your husband
What?
missing?
Want to talk to him?
Who is it?
My husband. Alright. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, yeah, there wasn't really a conversation, so
I don't know.
Your husband's missing?
No.
Don't even say that.
No, sorry.
what? Why did he think the husband was missing?
Where's he?
I don't know.
Your husband's missing?
No.
Don't even say that.
This is like if Dumb and Dumber were two detectives. No, cut it out. You can't, don't even say that. You can't say that her husband's missing. Stop. Fucking big ass smile on her face. He's just making wild accusations that her husband's missing out of nowhere. Bizarre.
No, sorry.
He is to me, but apparently somebody knows where he's at. He's still catching his tracks and stuff. I mean, not. He's still
So he calls you from random locations?
his phone is registered in Ohio.
He was Jimmy's best friend.
Are you kidding me?
And you didn't want to talk to him? You scoffed when she said, "Do you want to talk to him?" He's Jimmy's best friend. You monumental fucking dumbass. Yes, I want to talk to your husband, the best friend of the man who's missing. Who is also just like popping up in random locations, you never know where he's at.
Is he with him?
I don't know.
Like thick as thieves. I
Did your
can't-
husband disappear the same time Jimmy
I
disappeared?
don't know. My husband disappeared a year and a half ago.
Okay.
So does this not sound familiar to you?
The detective's behavior is particularly unprofessional here.
Yeah.
I mean, Jimmy all of a sudden is doing the same exact thing that your husband did?
I know when it's.
She like made the she like made the quintessential millennial face.
Jimmy
I
disappeared?
don't know. My husband disappeared a year and a half ago.
Okay.
So does this not sound familiar to you?
That is the quintessential millennial look. That is a 35-year-old woman. Like, I don't... Like, what's going on?
The detective's behavior is particularly unprofessional here.
I mean,
Her behavior the
Jimmy
entire
all of a
time has
sudden
been
is
pretty
doing the same exact
unprofessional.
thing that your husband did?
I know when it's. That's.
Where's your husband? Is he in Florida?
I think so.
So you guys are officially married.
We're married. Yes.
And he just disappears.
He had a few strokes.
What the fuck was that?
He had a few strokes.
How long has Jimmy been working for his boss?
Are you fucking with me? She snaps the phone shut as loud as humanly possible, slides it across the desk as loud as humanly possible, and just goes, "Ah!" How long's Jimmy had a job? Do you know how long Jimmy's had a job? She's given up. She's not even an hour into the interrogation, and she's fucking bored.
Years?
Angela asks for a smoke break. She and the detective return minutes later, and the questioning immediately resumes.
Just got off the phone.
Let's see how different this is. I want to see the differences in these two detectives, because... Oh my god. Just fucking yawning and sliding the phone across the table. What the hell?
With somebody. Are you sure you talked to him after the day he was reported missing? Because I have a feeling Jimmy's dead.
No.
The
Oh.
information I just got.
Okay, well... I don't know if we're gonna be able to really see the differences. Because... it's changed a bit.
Are you sure you talked to him after the day he was reported missing?
And she pushes up her glasses and immediately looks
I have a
away.
feeling Jimmy's dead.
No.
The information I just got. Let's be honest with each other. Have you spoken with him?
I don't know what I've told you.
Did you really talk to him?
So, why is she trying to, like, pretend that he's alive?
Notice that when the conversation starts, Angela's glasses are resting low on the bridge of her nose,
Yeah.
so that her eyes are exposed. However, when the detective begins to question Angela's story, her first reaction is to push her glasses back up to fully cover her eyes again.
And she stops fidgeting immediately. Check this out. She was like fidgeting the whole time beforehand, putting stuff away.
after the day he was reported missing?
And then, boom, questioning starts. Pushes up glasses,
'Cause I have a
goes
feeling
back into
Jimmy's
shutdown mode.
No.
The information I just got.
She knows he's dead. No. No. Tell me he's not dead. No.
Because I have a feeling Jimmy's dead.
No.
The information I just got. Let's be honest with each other. Have you spoken with him?
What information did he get? Jimmy's dead. Thanks for the information.
Did you really talk to him? You sure about that?
She just said no.
Notice that when the conversation starts,
Let's be honest with each other. Have you spoken with him?
No, I haven't spoken with him.
I told you.
Did you really talk to him?
Yes, I've really talked to him. What?
You sure about that?
notice that when the
You
conversation
said
starts,
no.
Angela's glasses are resting low on the bridge of her nose so that her eyes are exposed. However, when the detective begins to question Angela's story, her first reaction is to push her glasses back up to fully cover her eyes again. An incredibly telling gesture.
Do you know if Jimmy's alive or dead? What's that mean? You shaking your head?
I haven't seen him since I told you.
Do you think Jimmy may be involved with something else? Such as selling and maybe being a middleman?
Possible.
Has he ever told you about it?
Investigators are still searching for motive and underlying circumstances, looking at drugs as the driving force behind the disappearance. Where first the detective shared sentiments that Jimmy is probably dead, he's now working with a theory that suggests that Jimmy's alive. This approach is a common and passive way of posing alternative theories of the case without disclosing additional evidence to suspects.
I find that hard to believe. Because somebody that...
Like I said, he's told me about getting drugs for people, but he's not really gone into detail.
I'm hoping he's not dead like people are saying.
People saying.
People are saying that they heard Jimmy got murdered.
I'm just trying to like process it. She's like flip-flopping back and forth. I mean, obviously maybe she doesn't know, and that this is just like her processing it, like processing that he might be dead. I don't know.
Because somebody that...
Like I said, he's told me about getting drugs for people, but he's not really gone into detail.
I'm hoping he's not dead like people are saying.
People saying.
People
That he's
saying
dead.
that they heard Jimmy got
You're
murdered.
not just fucking listening to me?
And if Jimmy got murdered, and you're not telling us where he is, you can be held accountable. Because you've seen him, you've seen him last.
But I haven't.
Not as the person who murdered him, but there could be principle there.
This isn't actually true and is likely just an intimidation tactic. Being the last person to see a victim alive doesn't subject the witness to criminal liability,
No.
but it does typically make them a person of great interest. Strangely, Angela shows no visible reaction to hearing the rumor that her friend is dead. If she really had been in contact with him like she claimed, it would make sense for her to be assured of his well-being and brush off the gossip. However, her silence is deafening. She also appears to be sitting rigidly still at this moment. This could be an example of the freeze response, or when the body momentarily locks in place, usually immediately after perceiving a threat. The detective surely notes this physical reaction, but sensing that he won't be getting much else from her, he asks Angela if she has anything else to add. After spending another minute and a half in thought, she confirms that she has no more information and is sent home. But police continue
What
to
the
maintain
fuck?
near daily contact with her. They couldn't shake the feeling that she was a vital part of solving this mystery.
No
They
shit.
couldn't have predicted just how big a part Angela played in her neighbor's disappearance. Fortunately, police didn't have to wait too long to find out. However, it wasn't Angela who would come forward, but her sister April. In the early morning hours of April 21st, 2.5 weeks after Jimmy went missing,
Oh my god.
April made this 911 call.
911, where's your emergency?
My sister needs to be Baker acted, and she needs to talk to a sheriff's officer.
What?
Tried to hurt herself this evening? What's going on?
She has pills, and she's threatening to take them, and she's admitted to a crime that she's being investigated for.
Where is your sister at?
She's in the house.
What the fuck?
Why is she hugging her kids goodbye?
Because she came to the house and she told my parents that she committed a crime and that she's being investigated for it. She says it was self-defense, but I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I told her I didn't want to hear it anymore. I walked out of the house with the telephone. So.
Officers arrived on the scene. And
What
spoke
the
with April
fuck?
briefly. According to official police reports, she explained that a tearful Angela had just disclosed to her that she wanted to end her own life because she'd committed a crime. She wished to sign over her parental rights of her children to their grandparents. Then Angela provided a shocking confession. She drugged, then strangled Jimmy. Around this time,
Oh my
contact
god.
was made with Angela.
What? You don't drug and strangle somebody in self-defense. It was in self-defense. He was just completely unconscious from the roofie I gave him, and then while he was unconscious, I strangled him to death. That's not self-defense. That's two different crimes.
Who was reportedly hysterically.
Wait, I'm confused. Is she just called a killer mom because she just has 2 children? She's not a mom. When I hear killer mom, I think of mom who has killed her children.
Crying and asked for an attorney. She was then detained and transported to the sheriff's office, where she spoke briefly with investigator Brady. He informed her that under the Baker Act, she was currently in custody. Florida's Baker Act law enables families and loved ones to provide emergency health services and temporary detention for up to 72 hours
Oh.
for people who are impaired because of their mental illness, have refused voluntary examination, and have the potential to harm themselves or others based on their recent behavior.
That's like the opposite of what I read at the beginning of this stream. When it was like, it has to be voluntary. They have to voluntarily admit themselves. They have to voluntarily Baker Act themselves.
When Angela learned that she wouldn't be going home, she became visibly shaken and began to cry, repeating out loud, "I'm sorry." Officers came in and escorted her out of the interrogation room, and as she walked past Investigator Brady, she whispered one spine-chilling phrase. "You should have come in my house that first day."
What?
A few hours later, an investigator returned to the residence.
Dude. That's like villainous shit. That's straight up like criminal mind shit. You should have came in my house the first day. You didn't let me. But a man's voice called out to him. Was it Jimmy's best friend? Or maybe it was two? I don't know. Let's see.
Where Angela was detained in an effort to obtain more information about the situation. April alleged that Angela was prescribed medication due to medical issues. At times, when she'd failed to take her medication, she would suffer psychotic episodes. She described Angela's demeanor as perfectly fine one minute and then crazy as a bug and crying.
Oh, just like manic episodes?
Angela is always off the rocker. The quick changes in her demeanor that day were not typical of Angela. After Angela received a psychiatric evaluation and was deemed to be relatively mentally sound, she spoke with investigator A.J. Pagliari within a small room at the crisis center where Angela was being held.
And every time that I come in contact you, I just want to keep reminding you that, again, you were advised of your rights. Okay. Do you still understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With that in mind, do you still wish to talk to me about the case?
I see no reason not to. No.
Okay, so do you want to talk to me about the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Miranda rights must generally be reapplied
Yes.
whenever there's a significant finding or extensive pause in an interrogation. There's no hard rule as to when re-Mirandization is necessary, but it's an easily applied safety measure that prevents statements or evidence from being inadmissible in court.
I guess he's a
So
good
far at this
detective
point,
for
you've
being
been
able
true
to,
to
like,
yourself.
every time he talks to her, he reapplies the Miranda rights.
I've done my best to be as completely honest as I can.
Have you?
I'm totally.
Have you been as helpful? Because you whispered you should have come in my house the first day. And then for 2.5 weeks, led investigators on a wild goose chase that this guy owed money to random people. I've told you everything I can think of from my imagination.
I couldn't lie to you. Like, I mean,
Okay.
I guess I could try, but it wouldn't help.
At this point, no.
I'm so relaxed now that
A tremendous weight's been lifted off your shoulders?
a horrible weight.
Okay.
Note the remarkable difference in Angela's posture from the first interview. to
She's
this
so
one.
comfy.
She's now in a very casual seated position.
She's
conveying
kicking
that
her
she is
feet
much
around.
more
She's
at
having a
ease.
good
She
time.
may even feel relieved to be
She's
able
like making jokes and shit too. I don't mean to keep talking over her. You.
Shoulders?
A horrible weight.
Okay.
Note the remarkable difference in Angela's posture from the first interview to this one. She's now in a very casual seated position, conveying that she is much more at ease. She may even feel relieved to be able to unload all of this information to someone instead of trying to keep it inside or focus on maintaining dozens of lies.
I don't have many friends. I mean, you know my life, I'm sure, upside down.
Mhm.
I've pretty much dropped out of society because of my health problems and this, that, and the other. I have Rob and a few other people I talk to, my
Okay.
family.
Right.
But Jimmy was like my only, friend.
Right. But he started taking advantage of you.
He took more than advantage of me. I'm trying to remember everything. I'm so tired.
I like that they're keeping with that like line of questioning. Gives her almost like a sense of justification, like righteousness for being able to do it. She was being taken advantage of, so she did what she had to.
Okay. Let's go to expedite the process. Let's go towards April.
Angela reports experiencing symptoms of sleep deprivation. According to her, her immense guilt and paranoia of the police had been making it nearly impossible to sleep for weeks. If this is true, there are ethical concerns with continuing the interrogation while she's in that state. Lack of sleep can cause impaired perception, trouble concentrating, slow reaction times, and may lead to someone making more mistakes than usual. It can also greatly increase the risk that a subject will falsely confess. Sleep is a basic human need, and despite what Angela is suspected of doing, detectives must be careful not to tread on her basic rights.
And let's talk about I guess you said it was, for lack of a better term, you wanted to play a April Fool's joke on him.
Well, it wasn't really an April Fool's joke,
Right.
but it was.
You wanted to kind of get back at him in this term, in the sense of, this is how you've treated me, right?
He lied to me so many, many times.
Right. So you wanted to turn the tables and lie to him.
I just wanted to lie to his face and see how he felt.
And then how was the lie set up?
He'd been trying to get money from his father.
Okay.
He drained his father dry. I mean, beyond dry. I think his father took out loans to give to Jimmy.
Okay.
He wanted me to ask my father, my dying father, for $2,000 to cover his thing, his rent. Yes.
Okay.
And I said, well, what about the account? Don't you need another whatever to get it
right? You're back on track.
Sure.
How much do you really need, Jimmy? It's like, 4,000? Like, well, he's got it, I'm sure. I'll ask. He's like, thank you, you know. And
Scrub. He's a scrub.
I even give him my title.
Title to what?
To his truck.
Oh, okay.
And perhaps it was here, while Jimmy was pleading for money from her gravely ill father, that her resentment festered and grew into something dangerous.
Yeah, I fucking would be too. Like, that's so insulting and, like, so clearly. There's, like, 2 times you don't ask somebody for money. When they are dying, and when their father is dying, and, like, their parents are dying. That's, like, the 2 times you never beg somebody to ask. I have to pee. I gotta pee. I fucking hate this guy. Seems like a real piece of shit. I'll be back in a sec. We're back. Alright. Jesus, Bowie. Are you okay? Why you gotta stay down, fool? Alright, let's continue.
Arms and legs are so tightly crossed, give away how tense the topic makes her feel. It's unclear to everyone why she simply didn't choose to stop being his payee. It could be that she feared retaliation, or even that the influence of drugs affected her decision-making. Given her established medical history, she also could have been experiencing psychosis. However, it's atypical for an individual who experiences a psychotic episode to remember so vividly what happened while they were in that state. Then, there's always the chance that she may have simply felt that Jimmy needed to be punished and took it upon herself to deliver that.
At that point, I was so fed up with his lies.
Do you have any intention to get the 4,000 or even ask your dad?
I wouldn't ask my dad for him. I had the intention of just lying to him. And I don't like lying to people, but I was mad.
You told me before, just kind of accelerating a little bit, you said that it was you, your son, your daughter had went to Jimmy's work and
Yes.
picked up Jimmy
Mhm.
from Blue Diamond.
Oh.
So, did you drop the kids off?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, how old are her
After you drop the
kids?
children off, what happens then?
We didn't like drop him off. We went in and had a drink and talked. Yeah. And he's like, "Is he really gonna do it? He's really gonna do it?" You know.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, from what he said he was, you know, we got to go talk to him.
Okay.
He had to wait till 5 o'clock in the morning for my dad to wake up.
Oh, okay. What was in those drinks? What were you guys drinking?
We were drinking vodka, peach schnapps, and Flexerol.
Do you guys, both of you?
Flexeril is indicated as an adjunct to rest and physical therapy for relief of muscle spasms associated with acute, painful musculoskeletal conditions. It's a muscle relaxant. Okay. Makes sense.
You were drinking the same concoction.
Yes.
What is the Flexerol? What does that do for the drink?
That's my question.
Enhances the buzz, I guess.
Okay, so you drank the same thing he did.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mix this up in a glass, or how does that work?
We use cups.
Cups. Okay. Did he know that there was Flexerol on the
Yes,
drink?
he did.
Okay. Did he put it in there himself?
Yeah.
Angela shows clear hesitation here when answering the question, whereas she had no problem answering the question immediately before it.
Yeah, I mean, clearly he didn't put it in his drink himself, but how often are two people drinking and both people are making the drinks? Or, like, how often is a group of people drinking and everyone's making their own drinks? I don't know. I feel like usually there's a guy. Like, there's like maybe one or two people who are like, "Hey, you want a drink? I'm getting a drink for myself. You guys want anything?" Like, they didn't get it themselves, but they know about it. He didn't put it in his drink himself, but he also probably didn't go get the cup himself. Okay. I don't know.
A blaring red flag for deception. Her hesitancy is especially significant here, as this is a pivotal detail in the investigation. If it's found that Angela made and potentially spiked Jimmy's drink before the incident, it would demonstrate a considerable amount of forethought that certainly wouldn't align with the actions of a victim.
Yeah, but can you prove that it's no longer... Bowie, stop eating the plastic. Can you prove that she didn't put it in her own drink? I don't know, I feel like it would not be beyond reason to think that two people who have drug problems would both, like, be willing to put a muscle relaxant in their drink. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's something I would hear from somebody. Yeah, man, I just, like, I don't know. I really figured it out. I figured out the next step in drinking evolution. I've started putting muscle relaxants in it.
Telling is the fact that she starts to shake her head no quite a few times before she answers out loud yes. This is a clear example of brain and body mismatch.
Was he drunk?
He was wet.
He was feeling good? How about you?
I was a bit. But I tried to stay sober enough to drive.
Okay. Now, what do you tell him to get him into the car and go see your dad?
Let's go.
And so he's all excited.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Because
Yeah,
you said that you're gonna-
he thinks he's gonna get $4,000. Of course he's excited. I mean, you don't have to say much. But yeah, I'm going to assume that that is a pretty important detail. Saying is she's like driving. I don't know. Maybe she's doing that thing where you like admit to a lesser crime so that you think that the murder charge will be dropped. You see, I did commit a murder, but before that, I was drinking and driving, so you have to get me on that, right? I committed that crime first. And double jeopardy means you can't try me with 2 crimes, right? That's what that means?
Go see your dad to get $4,000. Okay. What happens next?
I drive him to the Osteen Cemetery. We park.
Does he ask any questions on why you're at the cemetery?
Yeah, he said, "Are we at a cemetery?"
Valid question when you unexpectedly arrive at a cemetery. Did he ask why you guys were at a cemetery? Yeah, actually, he said, "We at a cemetery?" It's just so fucking funny. Why was that so funny? Murder should not be. It's not funny. It's not. The fact that you killed this guy is not what's humorous. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that her killing him is the funny part. Her answering the question so clandestine and being like, "Yeah," he asked, "why are we at a cemetery?" That's the amusing part. That's the part I find funny. Not the murder. I want to be clear on that.
Okay.
And I said, "We got about 15 more minutes before he wakes up."
Oh, okay.
And I, thought we'd sit and talk.
Okay.
He's like, "Is he really going to do it?" And that's when I turned to him. I said, "How's it feel to be lied to, Jimmy?"
His reaction?
His reaction is, "What?" And
Fair, I guess.
Then I tell him, I said, "My dad's not going to give you any money. I'm not going to give you any more money. And I'm going to turn off the check cash in advance." And that's when he gets irate. He's like, "I'm
Just pure silence. And then he's like, "Boop." It's not funny.
And he starts turning towards me, and he puts his arm over on my arm like that.
Mm-hmm. Before the reenact to begin, I want you to sit here. Okay? You sit here. This will be the driver's seat, and I'll sit in the passenger seat. Okay? I'll be Jimmy.
By acting out an event, investigators can gauge the position, actions, and statements of both parties involved in order to, in this case, better determine if the incident was self-defense. Jurors will likely also see the video during trial, which can be helpful in determining the validity of the defendant's account.
So we're sitting here, and you're telling me, again, I'm Jimmy. You're not gonna pay me.
Again, I'm Jimmy. Let me hold on real quick. He leaves the room and he goes gets one of those "hello, my name is" tags.
Now, you said, go ahead, what was he again? I can't recall. What did he say?
He said, I don't remember word for word.
That's
He was
okay.
irate and he started scaring me. And
So what's the thing with the arm? Tell me, if you don't mind, can I touch you? Is it okay?
I don't
Okay.
care.
What did he do with the arm? Which arm was it?
It was that arm
This arm? Right arm?
that he put on my shoulder, and he started like putting his thumb.
Oh, into your shoulder, like your pressure point right here? Okay. Now what did you do? You grabbed him back. Okay.
I pushed that, and
Okay.
after that, he started pushing up and pushing towards me.
Still, like with this arm extended, pushing his thumb into your shoulder joint right there?
He was pushing his
thumb into my shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and he was also pulling his body up, pushing towards me. Not
So
pushing.
up out of the seat.
Yeah, he was.
So if you're like this, okay, again, we're just gonna have to act this out. So just bear with me.
I'm not
So
worried
I'm
about
like
you
this,
hurting me.
and I'm pushing. Now where's my rest of my body? Am I turned almost like this? How do I turn? He's a fat man.
Yeah.
How is he in the seat like that? He just contorted himself this way? And he's coming at you? What's he doing with his left arm? You remember?
Fair.
I'll take that down for a second.
I'm not worried about it. I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
Interesting. That's a pretty good line of questioning, I think. She's caught up in the... I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to remember a situation under duress like that. 'Cause, right? She probably wouldn't know what the rest of his body's doing. She's like only focused on the arm that's on her shoulder and the dude's face, and he's just like getting closer. So she knows like he's getting up out of the seat, but I don't know.
She seems to be having trouble with the reenactment. This isn't unusual, as people who've experienced a traumatic event often have trouble remembering details.
Boom! I was right.
However, the detective makes a valid point about Jimmy's size. It would have been quite difficult for a large man to position himself inside a small car the way Angela is describing.
I remember the pain in my shoulder.
Okay. And is he saying anything?
He said he was going to kill me.
Okay.
I'm going to kill you. And I took him seriously. Fear took over.
Okay.
I'm going to kill you is a statement that could believably cause immediate and reasonable belief of harm.
Yeah.
Given the circumstances of the threat. To fight for one's life would then be a reasonable response to such a statement, so that tracks. Many of the other details, however, don't make as much sense.
I had a bunch of stuff in my back seat.
Was it behind your seat or was it behind
my
Jimmy's?
seat.
Behind your seat, okay.
And I just reached in and grabbed something because I knew there was camping stuff in there. I just grabbed the first thing I could, and
what was it?
It was an ice pick.
Jesus Christ! That's not... I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe for a second that the one thing that you were able to grab from your backseat was a random-ass ice pick that they also seem to have the box for. Seems a little pre-planned. And again, he's doing a lot of work for somebody who just drank a bunch of muscle relaxants.
Around it, and this hand was coming towards my face.
Oh, now the left hand comes into play, now that it's been mentioned.
This hand over here like this, right?
And
okay.
I went like that with it.
Okay, so I was coming at you, or Jimmy was coming at you.
Yes.
I got you like this, and I'm moving towards you, and you took the pick and stuck it in my right eye?
Yes, sir.
And what did Jimmy do? Did he release you?
No.
A man twice Angela's size, especially one fighting for his life, pushing her face and body back against the door likely would have made it nearly impossible for her to maneuver herself in a way that would allow her to reach into the back seat.
Yeah, she's like pushed against the door. She might be able to get her arm like back. She said it was her left arm, right? I'm just trying to think.
I just grabbed the first thing I could, and
what was it?
It was an ice pick.
Okay.
I wrapped my hand around it, and this hand was coming towards my face.
And I still got this hand over here like this, right?
Coming towards my face.
Like that with it.
No, okay. So she's saying that she's pushed up against a door here, where there's still like maybe like 8 inches, a foot, maybe, of seat, not a foot. Yeah, I'll say 8 inches of seat. I'm gonna say there's 8 inches of seat, car seat left here. So she's reaching around and then down. She has the longest arms any human.
Okay, so I was coming at you, or Jimmy was coming at you.
Yes.
I got you like this, and I'm moving towards you, and you took the pick and stuck it in My right eye?
Yes, sir.
And what did Jimmy do?
And why is his hand just like perpetually moving towards her? It's not like
twice Angela's size, especially one fighting for his life. Pushing her face and body back against the door likely would have made it nearly impossible for her to maneuver herself in a way that would allow her to reach into the back seat.
He's still coming at, still here and still coming. What do you do with this hand? Did he hit your face? Did he hit you in the shoulder? What do you do?
This hand comes up and does that number like that.
Every time the officer asks her a question about specific details, Angela adjusts her story, not only to answer his questions, but to fit the details into her account of events. It's clear that she's making her story fit with what she thinks the officer expects to hear.
yeah.
But it's just not making sense.
Okay.
And
Yeah, her face is being pressed up against her entire body is pressed against this door and this wall like this. This shoulder is fucking all the way over here, being pressed up against too. So her face is like this, and she's somehow reached like, I'm gonna say, if I'm pulling out a tape measure, that's at least like 15 inches. No, that's way longer. And she's like a tentacle arm, and it's just like reaching around back there, or maybe she like the behind. But she was able to do something like this, where she's a magician getting out of handcuffs, and her arm goes behind her back towards the right side and goes under that side. But that doesn't make a lot of sense either. So let's say this shoulder that's being pinned against the fucking door. She's able to use that arm, while also her face is like this, pressed up against the door, and she's reaching back there. She's able to get behind her. She picks it up and transfers it to her right hand, because this arm is also being held down, so she can't stab him with that. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how deep it was. I don't even know if it was that deep.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's not a crime then. If it wasn't that deep, it's not a crime.
God damn it, I trusted you, and I need that money because our whole family's going to be kicked out. Don't you hear that my children are going to be homeless? And he was still coming at me. So I go for the box of tools and stuff.
Angela describes the tool she grabbed as a DIY contraption consisting of 2 short pieces of PVC pipe situated on both ends of a long cable. She claims she would use this device.
Nunchucks? She made nunchucks.
Box of tools and stuff.
Angela describes the tool she grabbed as a DIY contraption consisting of 2 short pieces of PVC pipe situated on both ends of a long cable. She claims she would use this device to climb trees.
So you grab this thing, and
This is what she just described. Two pieces of PVC pipe situated on either end of a long string. Look familiar? Two pieces of PVC pipe situated on either end of a rope. That's like the quintessential nunchuck. And she used it to climb trees? Tree climbing tool. Because I've always... It's like hooks, right? Like you get those like hooked things. Let's see. Is there anything that resembles it? No, not that. Oh. This might be. Okay. I don't think, That's like the closest I'm picking up on it. She made a
What
nunchuck.
do you do with it next? Again, because I'm still, correct me if I'm wrong, I still have you like this, and I'm still pushing up against you with my left hand, right? And this man's a big man. So he's got a lot of force coming at you. But I still have an ice pick in my eye.
And I don't. He's yelling at you at this point. I don't know. It just went so bad.
Okay.
I do remember grabbing that thing and.
Okay. Good.
Wrapping it around. I grabbed the other side of it. He has my arm like that.
Mm-hmm.
I grab it like this, and I grab it like that, and then I put my feet.
And again, her face is still being pressed up against.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Angela has been using her drink as a way to alleviate her anxiety. She
Me too.
pauses her story at a very intense moment in order to take a break.
Put my arm down real quick. You let me know when you're ready to continue. You ready? Okay.
First of all, I put my foot like that. I
Okay,
push
go
it
ahead.
back.
You gotta put your foot on my shoulder. Go ahead.
No, push it back.
Okay, gotcha. And you have each piece of the where's this hand? You have the pieces of the PVC. Each hand's got one. Now pick your foot up. You said you were pushing on me?
She made a garage.
Good.
I kind of slid into his lap
Okay.
so I could get my feet up like that.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
I used my feet to push the PVC.
You got each piece of the PVC, so now the rope is just around Jimmy's neck.
Yeah, but he was already trying his best to push me off.
So now he's pushing on you to get, because you're pushing, but you're countering him with your legs and you're pulling on the PVC pipe. Okay, each piece of the PVC. All right, keep going.
I remember one time my foot slipped and I kicked the ice pick. I pushed it deeper.
Oh, ow. Okay.
If what?
Ooh, I'm Jimmy and my eye hurts. You're making like Minecraft Steve sounds as she's describing the ice pick she drove deeper into somebody's eye. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, that's gnarly, man. Fucking stop. Bizarre.
What Angela is saying is true, and Jimmy was able to move around and speak with the ice pick in his eye. That would realistically suggest that he was aware and able enough to protect his life if they truly were in a struggle, not limited to knocking Angela unconscious with one blow in the confined space.
Yeah.
The proximity between them and the car was so close.
Why does he not just start
even
punching the
if he
shit out of her?
blinded, he could have overpowered her. A detail that the detective has surely picked up on as he continues to try and make sense of the situation. In her reenactment, there is a lot more space for her to move, but in reality and in the confines of the car, they would be much closer, making her story even more.
Where is her steering wheel? Does she have a British car? She does. She has a European car. Weird. Kinda cool, though. And doesn't help her story at all. This is a super cramped space.
Impossible.
At what point did his body go limp? Is that what happened? I mean, did he stop resisting? Did he stop fighting you? Did he stop trying to attack you? I mean,
Stop resisting!
Ground, or did his head just slump forward? Did it slump back? Did he slump into the seat or dashboard?
Making horrible noises.
Angela
You
is
can't say
putting up a
choking?
barrier between her and the detective here, not only with her arms and hands, but also by having her knees up. She's also eye blocking, which can be a sign of discomfort with the topic. It appears that she's literally trying to block out the image or the memory of his gagging and choking. It's likely that the noises she's described reflect true memories.
Can you
that
not
she
say
doesn't
those words on YouTube?
want to relive, and these thoughts are causing her distress.
I don't even know how the pick got in the other eye.
Somehow the pick gets in the left.
What? So you've taken the pick out of his right eye, and now you're putting it in his left eye, while also choking him out. This is fucking brutal. This is not self-defense. And he's apparently doing nothing to fight for his life besides just pushing her. There's an ice pick at this point in both of his eyes, and he has not punched her.
Okay.
I think I did it just to make sure.
Placing "I think" before the claim turns it into a selective memory statement. She's likely just hesitant to admit that she intentionally stabbed him in the other eye, since it clearly wasn't necessary once he was strangled. Selective memory statements also make it easier for the suspect to turn around later and change their story. And, as you'll see later, Angela will attempt to do just that.
So you think he was dead, but to make sure he was dead, you took the pick out of his right eye and jammed it in his left eye. And you say you're motioning as if you reamed it around.
What the
Will it
fuck?
get on the seat of the car?
No.
Well, where did the blood go?
I pushed his head back and it kind of started dripping. And I'm panicking and I don't know what to do.
Notice that she doesn't directly answer the question of where the blood went. An inspection of Angela's car, a sea green 1995 Saturn, revealed that besides the bag of blue gloves,
Let me say this from personal experience as well. Saturns are the smallest car. Like the most I'm not a big dude at all. I'm a small guy. I'm like 5'6", 5'7". Saturns are small for me. There's no room to move around in a Saturn. You try to cross your legs in a Saturn? Have you ever tried to cross your legs in a Saturn built pre-2005? It's impossible. You cannot do it.
very few traces of the crime scene were present inside, including minute traces of blood. On top of that, all the
She get her
blood
car
tests done on
detailed?
the car and the articles inside came back negative. How Angela was able to keep blood from getting all over her car, especially provided that he was fighting her with the ice pick in his eye, is quite suspicious. But she seems to have a quite interesting and disturbing explanation for the absence of blood.
Oh.
I look around for something, and in my goodie box, I find saran wrap.
Okay. So you find some saran wrap.
Well, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the best thing to keep the fluids out of my car.
She just so happened to have saran wrap in her car. That's literally how the fucking people, the like body cleaners, get the guys out of houses in John Wick. They just wrap them in plastic wrap and send them out the door. And she just happened to have it on her.
Wrapped his head.
Completely around his entire head with the saran wrap? How'd you work your way around the pick? Was the pick still in his eye? Did you remove it from his eye?
No, I just pushed it through.
You pushed it all, even the handle?
No. I made a hole in the saran wrap.
You made a hole in the saran wrap. So now his face
made
is...
a hole anyway.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So his head is saran wrapped, but in his left eye, there's the pick still sticking out of his eye. Now, do you seat him back in the chair? I mean, right now I'm facing you. This is kind of as I'm imagining as he was at the end. So
I pushed him over and he just like slumped against the door.
So now I'm like this.
Well, no, he's more like that.
Like this.
Mm-hmm.
She then grabbed a shirt from the back of her car to place over Jimmy's head. After that, she proceeded to drive home with his lifeless body sitting up in the passenger seat, his head encased in plastic wrap, and an ice pick jutting out from where his left eye should be.
I was gonna say like Weekend at Bernie's, but that's just so much more disturbing. That it was like so prominent. Like, if anybody had looked inside the window of her car as she was driving by, they would have seen this. That's like a Halloween decoration that you see.
I parked it in the driveway, ran in the house, opened the garage with the light off, and then I opened his door. He's already starting to fall out.
Yeah, because I'm like this. Kind of my legs are facing this
I
way.
put the pool down.
What pool?
It's a swimming pool.
You're describing like
A kiddie pool.
okay, a blue kiddie pool, they said?
Yes.
Okay. And what'd you do with the kiddie pool?
I put it under him.
So, okay, so it's outside his door on the floor of the garage.
And she's his neighbor. She's doing this, like, presumably down, like, houses down from where his girlfriend is. And is, like, wondering why he's not home from work yet. Jesus.
Now you open the door, he's starting to fall. What happens?
I get back in my side of the car, close my door, and push against the back, and
Finish getting him out of the car.
yeah, I kick him out, but push him out.
Okay.
With my legs, because that's the only strong part of my body.
Hold on. I just got a text from one of my bosses. Oh, well, yeah, this is important. This is important. 1 second. I'll be back. Okie doke, got that sorted out.
I feel like I'm
You're just telling the truth.
lock the garage and tell the kids to stay the hell out of the garage. The next day, I tell the kids to stay in their room, put the other pool down, and I put salt in the other pool.
I gotta back up.
Okay. Get him out of the car.
Yeah, I kick him out, but push him out with my legs, because that's the only strong part of my body.
Okay. You're doing good.
So, she puts the kiddie pool, like, outside of his door, and she kicks him into it. That's what I'm imagining. Does that make sense? Yeah. This is probably, like, the only truthful part of... I feel like I'm hanging myself.
You're just telling the truth.
Lock the garage and tell the kids to stay the hell out of the garage. The next day, I tell the kids to stay in their room, put the other pool down, and I put salt.
Okay, I thought for some reason she was telling her kids to put the other pool down and fill it with salt. That makes sense. That makes more sense. She's telling them just... That's so suspicious. That's so
Where'd you get the salt from?
scary.
I bought it.
Just for this?
I think so. I don't know.
There's a long pause before Angela responds with a selective memory statement. It's likely it already occurred to her that the detective can find out when she purchased the salt by simply checking receipts or security cameras. and she'd be right. This evidence would become a big point of contention at her trial after some shocking
Really? 3:25 a.m. She bought a Winn-Dixie, I bet. OxyClean, spray bottles, hacksaw blades, tin snips, and 2 bags of 40-pound pool salt. She bought it like right before. Oh, leave him alone. She bought it like right before the murder. Not even like a day before the murder. She bought it like hours before she committed this murder. He got off work at like 5, right?
by simply checking receipts or security cameras, and she'd be right. This evidence would become a big point of contention at her trial after some shocking discoveries are made.
So you bought some pool salt, and you put it in one of the blue pools. What was the purpose of putting salt in the pool?
I don't know if I don't know anymore.
You're almost there. Come on, Angel.
Did she also buy the pool specifically for this? Like these 2 kiddie pools? Because that's crazy as well. That's like... She must have learned that from like Breaking Bad or something. Isn't that a plot point? They use like plastic... No, they use plastic bins. Like tubs. Right? To like melt someone down, and then Jesse throws the guy in the tub, and he's like, I didn't want to buy a plastic tub, bitch. And then like melts a hole in the floor. And Walt's like, you didn't get the right plastic, Jesse. Right? She probably knew that the kiddie pool was the right plastic.
Another selective memory statement and more face blocking. She may be afraid to discuss why she used the salt, as it speaks to the amount of thought put into her actions.
I don't know.
She could be trying to...
We're gonna end up on the FBI watch list, but let me find out. What does pool salt do to the human body? Huh? Pool salt. Quicker dissolve. No, it does all that. Block. What happens if I get pool salt on my skin? Can strip away the natural oils, leading to dryness and irritation. I wonder... It might just fucking dissolve him? I don't know. What is she trying to do with the salt?
Avoid talking about what she did to the body, as it's generally an incriminating topic.
Did you grab a hacksaw? And what did you do with the hacksaw?
I don't know.
How'd you cut them up? Legs first? Arms first?
I don't remember. I just started cutting.
Because you wanted to dispose of them?
Angela physically turns her body away
Yeah.
from the detective. A clear visual communication that she wishes to close herself off from him, and the question he's asking.
I mean, that feels like a weird line of questioning anyways. You wanted to dispose of them? That's why you cut the arms off. It's almost more suspicious that he's like, you wanted to get rid of the body, right? That's why you cut him up? And she's just like turning away. Like, that's why you cut him up, right? Right?
Surely she recognizes that her actions at this point in the story are extremely out of the norm, and don't exactly scream self-defense.
Remember earlier when you told me that you had put them in pots?
That was after they were in the pool.
What?
So you took arms, legs, and head and put them in the other kiddie pool with the salt. And then you mentioned pots. What was the purpose of putting those things in pots?
What are those things? The body parts? To cook them down? What? So did she put the head in the pot?
And then you
What
mentioned
the
pots.
fuck?
What was the purpose of putting those things in pots?
To cook them down.
You were trying to cook them down to bone?
I don't know why.
Before this interview began,
What
Angela
the
agreed to show
fuck?
officers where she had disposed of evidence in Jimmy's remains. His silver flip phone was found directly next to the entrance sign of nearby Campbell Park. It was in a Ziploc bag, which
She
had
didn't
been just
dig that
barely
very-
covered in mulch.
Yeah, she did not bury that very well. I can probably see it from... I can see it sticking out right there. I can see it. I can see it poking through the mulch.
Silver flip phone was found directly next to the entrance sign of nearby Campbell Park. It was in a Ziploc bag which had been just barely covered in mulch. The SIM card and battery were missing. Angela admitted that over the last 2 weeks, she'd occasionally excavated Jimmy's cell phone and put the battery into it, just so it would ping off a cell tower and give some indication of his presence.
This is so much more than self-defense. She's... Oh my god. Is her husband even still alive? I'm kind of concerned about him now. That she's just been pretending that he's also been alive and in Florida for the last year and a half.
This was to make it appear that Jimmy was still alive.
What the
and
fuck?
checking his
Boost
phone
Mobile, nice.
periodically, when in reality, he'd been dead for days. His ID was found in West Cryle Park, also buried in a Ziploc bag behind a dog waste receptacle at the back of the park. She then took them to the active construction site where she discarded a hacksaw in a pile of scrap metal. However, when she led the detectives to the spot where the pile had been, it was no longer there. She also directed them to the site of State Road 415, where she pointed out a green and black tarp and a piece of carpet from her trunk. Next was Austin Cemetery, where Angela took police to several dozen black garbage bags dumped along and within a wood line. Detectives noted that a number of the bags looked newer than others, particularly the bags with the red drawstrings. When they opened these bags, they discovered all manner of horrible contents. Inside were human remains and
oh my
bones,
god.
a blanket wrapped inside of which was a box cutter, articles of men's clothing, empty bags of pool salt, and an empty bag of ice, among other things. The discarded clothing they found matched the description of what Jimmy was reportedly wearing when he was last seen leaving work.
Oh my god, this is just awful. And she had been like taking it out piece by piece, removing evidence from her house and from her car and just like poorly burying it in the woods. I mean, look at how obvious it was along those tree lines. Look at this. It's like barely concealed.
To several dozen black
this is so suspicious. What if a fucking kid had started poking around in there?
Dumped along and within a wood line. Detectives noted that a number of the bags looked newer than others, particularly the bags with the red drawstrings. When they opened these bags, they discovered all manner of horrible contents.
What's in the older
Inside
ones
were human
then?
Remains and bones, a blanket wrapped inside of which was a box cutter, articles of men's clothing, empty bags of pool salt, and an empty bag of ice, among other things.
It looks like the pool salt is also like stained pink from blood,
Empty bags of
which is
pool
just
salt
fucking
and an
disturbing.
empty bag of ice, among other things. The discarded clothing they found matched the description of what Jimmy was reportedly wearing when he was last seen leaving work. A few of these black bags were found much deeper in the woods, but they were ripped open and empty. Also found deep in the woods as well as on the ground around the bags were relatively fresh human bones, suggesting that scavenging animals got to the remains long before police did. They
Fucking
also
hell.
found a pair of blue rubber gloves amidst the leaves in a small clearing. A bag of the same blue gloves was later recovered from the trunk of Angela's car. Among the most haunting of their findings was a whole human foot. It had been severed cleanly about 4 inches up the leg and had been horribly disfigured by decay, predators, and the elements.
Jesus fucking
That brings
Christ.
us to the last piece of evidence that detectives found in the woods of Austin Cemetery, the piece that would undoubtedly haunt them and everyone present to witness it in the courtroom for years to come. In a few of the crime scene photos, amidst the black garbage bags, lay a single large stock pot. The pot is tipped over on its side, revealing a sickening yellow and brown pool of coagulated human
Oh my
remains.
god.
What clearly used to be a thick liquid had hardened into a gelatinous
Stop.
mush that
Stop.
featured all shades of nauseating
Stop
colors.
describing it.
Sticking out of the big pot, halfway submerged in the soupy remains, was a single large bone, similar in size and shape to a femur.
What the fuck?
Angela goes on to explain more, but likely realizing just how egregious it all is, suddenly stops.
This is fucking insane.
How did you try to boil? Did you try to boil it down? Did you try to?
Yes, sir.
What you're doing, Angel? You're telling me the truth.
Yes, but I'm doing so without a lawyer.
You're doing so because you want to tell the truth.
Yes,
Angela
it's a
appears
little
aware
fucking
that
late.
Talking without a lawyer present might hurt her case. This acknowledgement will actually make it more difficult for her to later claim that she shouldn't have been interviewed without representation, as she clearly recognized the risk, yet continued to talk without requesting a lawyer.
Yeah.
How did you do these things in the kitchen with the kids not knowing?
Why did she just not say, hey, give me a lawyer before I tell you any of this? Going into this, she knew what she was doing. She knew that she would be describing this.
I made him stay in the room.
You told me before that you tried to put one of the extremities in the oven and that it went horribly wrong.
I put 2 of them in the oven.
Were they legs or arms?
A foot.
A foot? 2 feet? A foot and what else?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Chunk.
When did it happen? Smoke? Smell? Did the children come out from their room when they smelled this or notice the smoke? Did the smoke alarm go off? What happened?
I don't have a smoke alarm.
Okay.
Well, that's really irresponsible of you.
Another example of stacking multiple questions on top of each other, and why it's not a good tactic. Notice that Angela only addresses one part of his question,
Yeah.
completely ignoring the part about her children. In this situation, the suspect will often neglect to provide an answer for every part of the question, either because they lose track of the questions, or they're being intentionally evasive.
I turned it off, and I opened up the back door.
Well, did the kids come out of the room?
Yes?
Both or just one or the other?
I can't remember. It's like, what was that? What's that awful smell? I'm like, get outside. I ushered him straight out the front door.
It's unlikely that she truly doesn't remember whether one or both of her kids responded to the smell of the smoke. She may be hesitant to admit more details involving her children, as it would cast her and her parenting in a worse light.
You've literally boiled a man down to his bones. You're well past. And you did this with your kids in the house. And they're... How old are her kids? Because it doesn't seem like they're children. Because I thought she mentioned that the kids picked him up. The kids picked up Jimmy from work. And as we all know, children don't drive. Legally speaking, at least. So maybe she sent, like, her 7-year-old to pick him up from work. But that mechanic said it sounded like a man. So I wonder how How old are her children?
Most will be horrified to find out that Angela did in fact have her kids with her when she carried out her devious plan, despite them having no knowledge of the crime whatsoever, making them victims of her erratic decisions as well.
Jesus Christ.
What you were hoping was going to happen by putting the foot and this other body part in the oven?
I was gonna try to cook it to ash. Or
Cook it, burn it to ash, cremate it. And when this didn't work, what did you do next?
Bone burns at like thousands of degrees. How hot do cremation ovens get? Yeah. The cremation oven, also called the cremation chamber or retort, operates at the optimum temperature range of 1,400 to 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Average heat of a kitchen oven. It can get up to like 450, 500. You're not cooking that to ash, hun. I'm sorry.
Did you try to boil any other body parts?
I don't think so.
Saying everything out loud is likely making it all sound more horrific and real to her now as she demonstrates signs of overwhelm.
Yeah.
However, Angela hasn't displayed any sorrow for Jimmy's death, so it's more likely that she's reacting to her anticipation of the punishment she could be facing.
Yeah, because she also keeps saying, I'm hanging myself here. I'm hanging myself here. I'm talking to you without a lawyer. She's only concerned about herself, not the fact that she literally killed a man. She doesn't feel anything about that.
More than that, she surely recognizes that her actions are inhumane and will have the worst effect on what others think of her and her story.
What did you do with the children? Did they come back in and go to their rooms and then you continued where you left off? Or, I mean, you didn't want them to find out what was going on, obviously. So...
We stayed outside for quite a while talking to the police.
Talking to the police? Okay. Did the police happen to come by, or were they there because of the smoke? What happened?
No, they were there looking for Jimmy.
Oh. So that was pretty inopportune timing then. What happened with the police?
They didn't come inside that day.
That's what she meant. If they had come inside that day, they would have literally smelled like burning human flesh. They would have seen everything. God damn.
Okay.
If police had gone inside her house that day, it's unlikely that they would have been able to execute a proper search anyway. Following her confession, police were able to execute a search warrant on the home. After animal control removed an aggressive dog from the residence.
Oh, what a cute husky.
The home. After animal control.
What a cute little boy.
An aggressive dog from the residence.
What a cute,
Officers
what a good
stepped
boy.
inside and were met with a jaw-dropping sight. Peeling walls, dirty and broken appliances, animal feces, stained clothes, and discarded papers covered nearly all areas of the residence.
What a great mom.
The home reportedly smelled rancid and looked as if it hadn't been cleaned in years, which made it extremely difficult and hazardous to search through. Inside the garage, however, police recovered paper towels with reddish-brown stains on them. Just outside, on the ground, was a 2-inch dull red stain that appeared to be blood. There was something else potentially troubling about Angela's house. Officers photographed an upside-down
What the
pentagram that had
fuck?
been scrawled on one of the front windows. The adjacent window pane brandished a drawing of the all-seeing eye, generally depicted as an eye inside of a triangle. Also graffitied across the outer garage door were crosses accompanied by Jimmy's initials and the acronym RIP, a cruel and ironic grave marker.
I assume all of this was done after the fact and not like after the first time they showed up, because if all of this shit was there, that's insane.
It wouldn't be long before the world would know the atrocities that took place inside Angela's discombobulated home.
Now, what did you do with the remains?
I put them in
This
bags,
is awful.
put the bags on the side of my garage.
Were they heavy?
Very. And then I pulled my car in the garage. And I loaded them up. I was in such shock. I don't
So,
remember.
her kids were in on it.
A deer.
Are you serious?
I told him I hit a deer.
You mentioned something to me before about a wheelbarrow. How does that come into play? Before it was in bags? So you took things from the kiddie pool with salt and put it into the wheelbarrow.
I asked for a lawyer like a long time ago.
No, you
I think
didn't.
you did. And I asked you if you understood your rights, and you said that you wish to speak with me without the attorney. Do you still wish to talk to me? I want to continue to talk to you. But do you want to continue to talk to me without a lawyer? Yes or no?
Wisely, the investigator pauses the interrogation to establish whether or not Angela is making a request for legal
Yeah.
counsel.
'Cause she
Seeking
hadn't before.
clarification is-
She didn't ask. She just mentioned that it was dumb that she's talking to him without a lawyer. Obviously, the cop is not going to be like, "You're so right, let's get you a lawyer." No, he's going to be like, yeah, well, let's keep talking. You just want to tell me the truth, right? We're just getting to the bottom here. We're working it out together.
generally the best approach in an interrogation, even though current federal case law doesn't mandate police to do this. When dealing in matters this fragile, it's always better safe than sorry.
Cooperated completely.
Mm-hmm. You have. Nobody says that you haven't.
What am I being charged with?
Not being charged with anything at this point. I'm just trying to understand the story.
What am I going to be charged with?
Well, that I can't tell you because I don't know. I don't know the rest of the story.
Such a change of heart at this point seems rather abrupt. She seems unwilling to continue the interview, which is odd seeing as she's practically reached the end of the story and already admitted to all criminal culpability.
Yeah, at this point, she is at least admitted to, like murder. And, like, a desecration of a corpse or whatever. It doesn't get much worse. You've already admitted to it. Bringing in a lawyer at this point doesn't redact your previous statements.
Her slouched posture and positioning of her face in her hand are nonverbal indicators that typically communicate shame or protecting oneself due to fear.
I'd like to continue the conversation.
You know I haven't slept for like so long.
Uh-huh.
Sleep deprivation can cause all sorts of things.
Okay, so it feels like maybe she mentioned that at the beginning as a way to get out of this. Not in like I just haven't slept. She was like setting it up like, I was sleep deprived and that's why I said I melted him down in a stock pot and you found all that evidence at my house. I was sleep deprived.
But I haven't deprived you of sleep. I've fed you. I've given you breaks when you wanted breaks.
May I have a cigarette now?
Are you what?
May I have a cigarette now?
Would you like to take a break and have a cigarette?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was easy.
I need a lawyer.
Say again?
I need a lawyer.
You need a lawyer? Okay.
Angela has now given an unequivocal request for an
Yes.
attorney, meaning the questioning must immediately cease. It does, and she's escorted back to where she was being held.
Good.
Despite the police's best.
Good. Because, like, that's... Before she was not... You have to be, like, explicit with it. You can't just be like, Jesus. Lawyer would be great. People need lawyers. You gotta be like, I need a lawyer. Give me a lawyer. Otherwise, the police are just gonna, like, monkey's paw the conversation.
Best search efforts, neither a head or a torso were ever found. What was gathered was DNA tested and confirmed to be the remains of Jimmy Schaefer.
That is awful.
2 days later, on April 23rd, Angela was arrested and charged with Jimmy's murder. With her in police custody once more, Pagliari visited Angela for one final attempt at filling in some blanks.
There are no tricks here.
So, at this point, does she still think that she's getting, like, the self-defense plea? Because she's, like, melted a man and tried to burn him in her oven. Personally, not something I would do in self-defense. There's so many steps in between. She stabbed him in both eyes with an ice pick, choked him to death, cut up his body, put it in a kiddie pool, tried to dissolve it with pool salt, I think. I'm not sure about what the pool salt was for, really. I tried to find out. It doesn't make sense. And then had her children, load the body into the car. She told them it was a deer. And then she... This is so far removed from self-defense. What is her perception of self-defense?
There are just some things that physical evidence suggests to me, and there's some things that you said that don't fit what the physical evidence said.
Yeah, like everything. Besides you killing this man, nothing you've said really adds up.
To the case right now because you have invoked your right to an attorney. You see what I'm saying? We can talk about it. I don't know if this right now is the right time to talk about it because of the attorney thing.
Is he trying to get her to pull out of the attorney?
And I'm not going to jeopardize the case. I'm not going to jeopardize your rights. I mean,
I've already been way too stupid. I should have been the attorney from the beginning.
The detective's concern of jeopardizing the case is correct at this point. As further interrogation,
I hope he's not trying to interrogate her right now, because that's... It feels like he's like doing like a weird, slimy high schooler boy move where he's like trying to sleep with her by like pretending he's not, or like pretending to act concerned. It's so strange. I just want to talk, man, but like your lawyer just won't let us. It's like, yeah, man, you're a cop. That's if you want to find out more, just get the lawyer in the room.
could lead to inadmissible statements at the very least. Angela made it clear this time around that she had no
PJ, get out of the cat
intention of
box.
indulging the detective in any more talk of the case. Angela pleaded not guilty on the grounds of self-defense, and a year and a half later she stood trial, and it was there.
Oh, for some reason I was thinking they charged her with self-defense, and she pled not guilty to that. I was like, why would you do that? But she pled not guilty because she believed she had self-defense.
That even more disturbing details about Jimmy's fate finally emerged. Angela's defense team based their argument on Florida's Stand Your Ground laws, which state that an individual has the right to use deadly force to protect themselves from an attacker. Given that Jimmy supposedly threatened to end her life and attempted to physically attack her, she was within her rights to kill him. However, Angela's credibility quickly evaporated, partly because she suddenly decided to change her story on the stand.
Why would you do that? Your lawyers have like a slam dunk here. Like, obviously, she did not do any of this in self-defense. This is so beyond self-defense. But if your lawyers are up there batting for you, saying how it was in self-defense, don't change your story.
During her testimony, Angela contended that she only stabbed Jimmy in one eye, not both. She claimed that the ice pick was still in his right eye when she got home, and that she didn't remember stabbing him a second time in the left eye.
But I thought she did it just to make sure.
In the confession footage, which was also shown to the jury, Angela is the one that discloses to the detective, unprovoked, that she stabbed Jimmy in the other eye.
Yeah.
And confirms that she did it after she strangled him in order to make sure he was dead.
And even talked about how she like reamed it around his eye. It wasn't just like she stabbed him. She like was trying to stir shit up.
Things only worsened for Angela when the prosecution presented a more believable theory. They suggested that Angela was furious with Jimmy for his poor.
I wonder if any of this actually happened in the car. Because they were at her house when, like, before they went to the cemetery. I wonder if they ever went to that cemetery together, or if she took him to the garage to drive away, and he was, like, on the muscle relaxers, and she just took him out there.
Poor money management skills, and how he constantly took advantage of her. They even insinuated that because of how she covered her tracks, the murder could have been motivated purely by greed, the desire to have Jimmy's Social Security checks all to herself. Police were able to secure surveillance camera footage from Walmart where Angela was seen shopping with her 17-year-old son and 14-year-old daughter around 3 a.m. on April 4th. She purchased spray bottles, OxyClean, hacksaw blades, and 2 40-pound bags of pool salt.
Both of those children are old enough to ask questions. Mom, why are we buying OxyClean, spray bottles, hacksaw blades, tin snips, and 2 40-pound bags of pool salt at 3:25 a.m.? Mom, why are we at Walmart at almost 4 o'clock in the morning buying OxyClean, spray bottle, hacksaw blades, tin snips, and 2 40-pound bags of salt? Both of those children are old enough to ask that question.
The following day, she was caught on film at Walmart again with her daughter, buying concrete cleaning solution and ammonia. The most incriminating of all, though, was that the plastic wrap and the blue gloves were purchased from Walmart just a few hours before the murder, while the ice pick was purchased sometime before that. During one of these trips to Walmart, Angela had Jimmy's phone and was texting her own phone as well as Jimmy's concerned family members, staging the text messages that Angela would later show police.
What the fuck?
So, what actually happened the night Jimmy died?
Okay, we have 8 minutes. Please, I want to know what happened. I hope that there's an explanation.
Proposed this theory. Angela, along with her 2 kids, picked Jimmy up from work at 3 a.m. on April 3rd. It's possible that Angela's 17-year-old son's voice is the masculine voice that the mechanic heard beckoning Jimmy to the car. Angela drove Jimmy to her house, where they shared a few drinks, as they occasionally did. What Jimmy didn't know was that Angela had spiked his drink with copious amounts of Flexeril, a muscle relaxant. The drug belonged to her sick father, so she knew that the side effects of Flexeril included drowsiness and dizziness. They finished up their drinks and she helped Jimmy into the car. She then drove him to Austin Cemetery and parked in a concealed area next to a tree. By the time they got there, Jimmy was incapacitated from the Flexeril. This way, Angela was able to easily stab him and strangle him to death. This sequence of events was corroborated by Angela's daughter, who was 14 years old at the time of the murder. Angela had actually confided in her own child that she drugged and murdered their neighbor after they'd picked him up from work that night.
What the fuck? You do not put that on your 14-year-old daughter. Oh my god. Now imagine that your mom's telling you all of this and you're replaying in your mind that those times that you were at Walmart with her that same fucking night, buying hacksaw blades, OxyClean, and you're putting it all together in your head. Every single thing. And now you're worried that you're gonna go to fucking jail too. God damn it.
Premeditation was now present. Her charge was bumped up to first-degree murder, in addition to 1 count of tampering with evidence and 1 count of mutilating a dead body. It definitely didn't help her case when investigators located a folder on her computer titled Yummy Gore that consisted of images of mutilated bodies and body parts.
Oh, what the fuck? You can't just tag that on at the end? You cannot just sprinkle that in like the fucking cherry on top? Oh yeah, and prosecutors also found a folder on her computer titled Yummy Gore that just so happened to be filled with, like, body parts. What the fuck? You can't just add that in when there's 6 minutes left in the video. I want to know everything that was in that folder now. You can't drop a bomb like that on us and just be like, and moving on.
Also, quite damning and not to mention stomach-turning was Angela's court testimony that in order to fit Jimmy's head in the pot for boiling, she had to remove the ice pick from his eye. Not surprisingly, her stand-your-ground argument was rejected by the judge.
Really?
Angela's goose was, for all intents and purposes, cooked. On December 5th, 2014, Angela Stolt was found guilty of all charges.
Thank God.
But there was still one question remaining. Why did she cook him?
Great question.
The only explanation Angela gave for why she cooked Jimmy was that her history of paranoid and delusional thinking led her to believe that she'd be taken away from her kids if anyone found out. So the evidence of her crime had to be dissolved. It should be noted that, according to analysis from a qualified team, Angela showed no evidence of delusional thinking, unreasonable paranoia, or psychosis of any kind during either of the interviews.
It seems like she might have had a fetish for the gore thing, like the body parts thing, and then like as soon as it happened in real life, she, I don't know, bit off more than she could chew. Like before, she had just been like engaging with it online, like cannibal talk or whatever.
She was attentive to all the questions, and though she was guarded and clearly burdened by the situation, she communicated coherently and recalled details of the crime very clearly. Angela was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, followed by 15 years and 5 years for the mutilation and tampering charges, respectively.
Of course.
But it doesn't end there.
There's more?
Angela is still adamant of her innocence. She's created a website by proxy where she claims that James Schaefer was trying to kill her, and that police in Florida...
Wait, go back. Almost 6 years ago, I had to defend myself against James Schaefer, who was trying to kill me, resulting in his death. After which I temporarily lost my mind. Volusia County Police and the Florida prosecutors twisted facts, charged me with premeditated murder, and with the help of my sister, convicted and sentenced me to life without parole. You can't plead temporary insanity after the fact.
Which resulted in his death. She also claims that she temporarily lost her mind following in the murder, and that Volusia County Police and Florida prosecutors twisted facts. Since most of what she knows of the Miranda Act, quote, came from television programs where after a suspect requested an attorney and the next scene an attorney appeared, she maintains that she wasn't properly equipped to handle the situation she found herself in.
You never asked for an attorney until the end. Until after you admitted to murder. You can't be like, I wasn't properly prepared because after I admitted to murder and asked for a lawyer didn't show up immediately. The lawyer... You're supposed to ask for that before you admit to the murder.
Angela is in the Lowell Correctional Institution in Ocala, Florida. We reached out to Angela in order to get her side of the story, and though she initially agreed to an interview, she later changed her mind. Still, she agreed to speak to us through email. And
has anyone ever agreed to an Explore With Us interview? Has any person they've reached out to... I feel like every single one of these videos ends with them saying, like, we reached out to them for their side, and they declined to comment. It's like, yeah, they're a murderer.
And answer some of our questions. This first email was just the beginning of some interesting correspondence. Angela told us that prior to the incident with Jimmy, she'd been in 2 abusive relationships, stating, I was diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety disorder, and severe depression. My kids were my life, and for them I was able to put the abuse behind me and try to give them a peaceful life. When asked if she received counseling when she first arrived in prison, Angela stated that she did not. She said, I was put on so many psychotropic drugs that I almost blew all my appeal deadlines. I wasn't able to fully participate in my defense or comprehend everything that was happening until it was too late. This very well may have been the case. But it's important to note that Angela appears to be emphasizing that she's a victim and is very self-focused, something we saw even more so in her later letter. The investigators, knowing I was often delusional, continued to coerce me to talk to them. I believed I was cooperating, but I right literally hung myself. Life now? Hell. I'm locked away from my kids. I wasn't there to finish my most important job in life, and my children suffered for it most of all. When I was taken away from them, they emotionally and academically froze. For years, they still haven't completely healed.
Well, no shit, their mom's a
Following
murderer.
this email,
That's
Angela
hard to
agreed
reconcile
write us
with.
a letter detailing more about her relationship with Jimmy and what she now claims really happened that night. I was never afraid of Jimmy before that night. I was aware of his past arrest for assault, but he'd never shown me that side of himself. If he had, I wouldn't have put myself in such a vulnerable situation. Because I was his SS payee, we had a joint banking account that only I was supposed to have access to, but he kept finding a way to withdraw from it despite me changing the card, account number, or passcode several times. He came to me for help. I called SS and they wanted proof that he had authorization to work, which I had, and a bank statement showing that I was properly handling his money by paying his bills. That was a problem. I knew he was not going to like this and there was going to be an argument from him, so I drove him to my favorite haunt, Austin Cemetery. I told him we need to talk and went on to remind him that he'd made a complete mess out of the account, and in order to make it right I had to call the bank and get CCA canceled. I can't remember it all, but he was screaming that he'd f***ing kill me. It was his f***ing money. Then he started me. We struggled. I tried to get away, but he was too strong.
That arm.
This arm, right arm.
Okay, he put over my shoulder, and he started.
So she's now changed her story for like the third or fourth time.
Like your pressure point right here. Okay.
He greatly overpowered me. He was still screaming, spit flying. I started seeing stars, flashes of light. I knew from past experience that I was about to go or die when he shouted that he was going to go to my house, kill my kids, and get his paperwork and the bank card, which he knew was in my bedside table drawer.
Yeah, whatever.
The threat of killing my kids pulled me back from the brink and...
That is absolutely something that she would have mentioned if that was true during the initial interview. This is a person who has been sitting and doing nothing but thinking of how they fucked up, and they're like trying to change the story. You were already in jail, dude.
And gave me the strength to fight for my life so I could save theirs. My hands weren't strong enough, so I reached behind my seat into a box containing camping gear that we were collecting for our upcoming camping trip and grabbed the first thing I touched, which I thought was a screwdriver but turned out to be an ice pick. For fishing, quick, humane kill, and hold for hook removal, and threatened him with it by putting it in his line of sight.
This hand was coming towards my face.
And I still got this hand over here like this, right?
She's completely changed this story.
Okay, so I was coming at you, or Jimmy was coming at you.
Yes.
I got you like this, and I'm moving towards you, and you took the pick and stuck it in my right eye?
Yes, sir.
He didn't let go. He was enraged. I was terrified. I stabbed him in the eye. There's obviously more to this story. She's got that right. For now, however, this is where our correspondence ended.
There's more to this story. I won't tell you the rest of the story, but there's more to it. What the fuck? And dumb Karens try to attack cops. Jesus Christ, it's a 2-hour video. My god. Okay, I'm gonna take a short little break. Really quick, but that was fucking insane. Obviously, you are not gonna get off on self-defense after you have boiled a man. I'm sorry, you can't boil a man and claim self-defense. That's just not how it works. Anywhere, really. My god. People are fucking crazy. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, fuck it, we're playing New Vegas. Maybe. Switch the info. There we go. Alright. Are we... Let's see. Display. I'll just change it. Oh, shit. I'll just keep everything the same. Actor fade? What does that mean? General subtitles on as well, just because I like those. Alright, well let's start a new game. I've never played this game before. Like I started playing it maybe when I was a very early teenager. Like 13, maybe. Honestly, probably closer to like 15. I tried to play it. I just couldn't get into it. It's not like I couldn't get into it. I think I was just playing different games at that time. What the fuck? That's a way to start the game. So we're going against people who are trying to take New Vegas down? I don't know.
War never changes.
He said the line.
When atomic fire consumed the earth, those who survived did so in great underground vaults.
This guy's voice sounds familiar. Who is it?
Their inhabitants set out across
Who voices him?
the old world,
New Vegas.
establishing villages, forming tribes. As decades passed, what had been the American Southwest united beneath the flag of the California Republic
Ron Perlman.
to old world values of democracy and the rule of law.
Of course, it's Ron Perlman.
Republic grew, so did its needs. Scouts spread east, seeking territory and wealth in the dry and merciless expanse of the Mojave Desert. They returned with tales of a city
I've been to the Mojave. It's pretty fucking dope.
that had scorched the rest of the world, and a great wall spanning the Colorado River. The NCR mobilized its army and sent it east to occupy Hoover Dam and restore it to working condition. But across the Colorado, another society had arisen under a different flag. A vast army of slaves forged from the conquest of 86 tribes, Caesar's Legion. 4 years have passed since the Republic held the dam, just barely, against the Legion's onslaught. The Legion did not retreat. Across the river, it gathers strength. Campfires burn, training drums beat. Through it all, the New Vegas Strip has stayed open for business, under the control of its mysterious overseer, Mr. House, and his army of
Dr. House?
and police.
He's got his fucking doctorate revoked.
You are a courier,
Greg, what did you do?
Mojave Express, to deliver a package to the New Vegas Strip. What seemed like a simple delivery job has taken a turn for the worse.
You got what you were after, so pay up.
You're crying in the rain, Pally.
Guess who's waking up over here?
Me. Oh, that was me laying on the ground.
Time to cash out.
Will you get it over with?
Maybe cons kill people without looking them in the face. But I ain't a fink. Dig?
Is this guy Frank Sinatra?
You've made your last delivery, kid. Sorry you got twisted up in this scene. From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is,
He's gonna shimmy with a 1911? What an ass.
rigged from the start.
That's a sick fucking line. Music is really good. Acting surprised, like, this isn't a fucking renowned game that I just haven't played. I'm acting like I stumbled across like a hidden gem. Guys, have you ever heard of this? It's called Fallout New Vegas. Mercenary pack. Items at super stim packs added. Just getting a lot of shit. Mercenary pack. Classic pack. Tribal pack. What is happening? What are these items that I'm getting? Caravan pack. I'm gonna be over encumbered by the time I leave this house if you guys keep getting me all these packs.
You've been out cold a couple of days now. Why don't you just relax a second? Get your bearings. Let's see what the damage is. How about your name? Can you tell me your name?
Oh, I can name my character. Okay, cool. What? I'm a postman? Postman? Bowie. Don't tear up the carpet. What do I name my character? Cockspring.
I can't say it's what I'd have picked for you, but if
Asshole?
that's your name.
What's your name? Oh.
Welcome to Good Springs. Now, I hope you don't mind, but I had to go rooting around there in your noggin to pull all the bits of lead out. I take pride in my needlework, but you'd better tell me if I left anything out of place.
Did you just give me an iPad? Oh! Oh! This is a guy. Next. Hispanic. Okay. I guess if you're Hispanic, you have a beard. Asian, African American. Do I just make him look like me? Oh, this is a fucking... Oh, okay, I can do a lot of stuff. Make him real heavy. This is a wide boy. A thin, wide boy. No, I'll make him a heavy, wide boy. Large forehead. Very tall forehead. And let's have it tilt forward. Let's bring those brows up. Up. Down. He looks sad. How far up can I put his eyes? I want really far apart eyes, like a horse. Small nose. Make a point down, too. What is Celian? That thing? How do I zoom out? Oh, like that. Okay. Mouth. Small. Underbite. Whatever. I can blue tint him? I'm so confused what this does. I can't tell what's happening. Super old as well. Hairstyle. I have to like click them. This This is like a fucking Nazi haircut. Not a real Nazi, but like a modern day Nazi. This comb over is looking nice. Yeah, let's do that. Hair color. I'm just gonna make him so fucking green. Oh my god. He's the Joker! Wait, holy shit, can I make the Joker? What's the dumbest... It's the dumbest mustache I can give him. Oh, this soul patch is not good. I'm going with this one. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is my character. This is Cockspring.
Okay. No sense keeping you in bed anymore. Let's see if we can get you on your feet.
I'm on my feet. Help me on my feet, Doc.
Good. Why don't you walk down to the end of the room?
I just wanted to be like you.
Take it slow now. It ain't a race.
Now, how do I... This is how. Okay.
Looking good so far.
Vidomatic Vigor.
Give the vigor tester a try.
I'm trying.
Learn right quick if you get back all your faculties.
There we go. So, is this strength? Yes, strength. Adjust your score. It ain't cheating. So I have 9 points to work with. And that's perception. Let's see. So, maybe we'll make him a little beach bowly. Perception. No, I don't really want to be strong. I kind of want to be able to do lightweight. Perception. A perceptive cowboy always knows when there is a lit stick of dynamite nearby, or when a varmint's sneaking up on him. This affects your explosives, lockpicks, energy weapons, accuracy, compass range. Let's go up to a maybe big-eyed tiger. Endurance. This affects your unarmed, health, resistance, survival. Should probably do tough as nails. Charisma. Riz! I can adjust my character's Riz! Luck. Let's see. Luck does all skills, critical hits, enemy mishaps. I'll keep that at 5. We can adjust it as... Can we adjust these as we go? Like, can I level up my skill points? Agility. Guns, sneak, speed, action point, regeneration. I'll do cat-like. And... Science, repair, medicine, skill points. I'll bump this up. I'll bump charisma up. Honestly, I might even bring my strength down. Because I have guns. Doesn't affect my health, I don't think. Okay. 3, 6, 7, 6, 6, 6, 6. The fuck was that? Bowie, what are you doing? Bowie. What are you doing, man? You going crazy? Weird ass. Alright, I have one skill point. Where do I put it? I'm thinking luck. There we go. That's rude. Do I have to? Shit, my dogs are still barking. My dogs ain't barking, Doc. I'm telling you that right now. How do I view my inventory? I probably can't, right? Ruined couch. It's not that bad.
All right. I'm gonna say a word. I want you to say the first thing that comes to mind. Dog.
Dinner, kick, train, newspaper, feed, cat. Feed. Where's the doctor? Target. Shroud. Vaporize. Torch. Stop eating my bracelets, Bowie. I don't know what you just did back there, but it's freaking me out. And now you're trying to eat my bracelets, so it's concerning. I ate his brains. Cookie jar.
Okay. Now I got a few statements. I want you to tell me how much they sound like something you'd say. First one. Conflict just ain't in my nature.
Disagree. I want my character to be able to just fucking walk up to somebody and punch him in the face. Agree.
I'm always fixing to be the center of attention.
Of course, strongly agree.
I'm slow to embrace new ideas.
Strongly agree. I'm a caveman.
My problems head on.
I'll put strongly disagree.
Almost done here. What do you say you have a look at this?
Vagina.
Tell me what you see.
Broken chain, a chemical reaction, a shadow in a doorframe, an oozing wound, angry two-headed ant. Probably looks like a penis.
Okay.
Violin, violin, violin. Priceless book of art, some space age technology, ship at sea. It looks more like a ship than anything. Those are two people with their hands together. Bearded man, if anything.
Well, that's all she wrote. I don't have nothing to compare it to, so maybe you'd better just have a look at the results. See if it all seems right to you.
Oh, I see. So energy weapon skills determine your effectiveness with any weapon that uses small energy cells, microfusion cells, EC packs, flame fuel. I want to do barter. Speech. And what's the third one? Maybe just guns.
Before I turn you loose, I need one more thing from you.
What do you need from me? My penis?
Get a sense of your medical history. Just a formality. Ain't like I expect to find you got a family history of getting shot in the head.
Ooh, I can choose 2 traits. Built to destroy. Early bird, fast shot. What seems the most interesting? Kamikaze? You have 10 plus action points, but your reckless nature causes you to have negative 2 damage threshold. So this caps me at level 30. My limbs are more easily crippled. Let's see. Wild Wasteland. Obviously that. I'll be good-natured. I don't really want to use energy weapons, I don't think.
Alright, I guess that about does it. Come with me, I'll see you out.
Alright, let's go. Is this the exit? Come on, Doc, you're slow. Free war hat. Got any cool stuff?
Here, these are yours. Was all you had on you when you was brought in.
Well, thanks.
Mine, but I gave the note a look. I thought it might help me find a next of kin. But it was just something about a platinum chip. Well, if you're heading back out there, you ought to have this.
Whoa, he gave me a Pip-Boy?
Pip-Boy. I grew up in one of them vaults they made before the war. We all got one. Much used to be now, but you might want such a thing after what you've been.
He's such a nice guy.
I know what it's like having something taken from you. And put this on.
Whoops. Well, thanks for patching me up, Doc. He's
You should talk to Sunny Smiles before you leave town. She can help.
he's super nice. He did not have to nurse me back to health after being shot in the head.
I reckon some of the other folks at the saloon might be able to help you out too. And the metal fella Victor who pulled you out of your grave. Anyway, you ever get hurt out there, you come right back. I'll fix you up.
He's so nice.
Get killed anymore?
Can't make any promises. Hardcore mode. Fallout New Vegas allows you to play in a new hardcore mode that greatly increases the challenge of the game. In this mode, stimpaks heal over time and cannot mend broken limbs. Radaway removes radiation over time, ammunition has weight, and dehydration is a constant concern. No. I've never played this game before. I don't think I should do it like that. Okay, that pumps it up. Is it too fast now? Might be. It's too fast now. Oopsie. I don't know what any of that extra stuff means, but sure. Alright. Yeah, it's fast enough. Let's leave! Established long ago in California, the Crimson Caravan Company and the Gunrunners are 2 of NCR's oldest and most powerful merchants. Old World Blues. You've gotten a fragmented signal on your Pip-Boy, a code transmission of some sort with a sad, jazzy undercurrent that makes your head hurt. As far as you can tell, it appears to be an invitation to the midnight science fiction feature, the Mojave Drive-In. Please arrive early to catch the trailers. Old World Blues has been has been loaded. Your level cap has been raised by 5. Reunion. The Pip-Boy has received a signal coordinates that lead to the canyon wreckage west of Prim. Following the coordinates the words Courier 6, it's signed Ulysses. Lonesome Road loaded. Lonesome Road has been loaded. Oh my gosh. That it? Am I safe? Alright, let me pull up my thing. Items, here we go. How do I see apparel? There we go. Apparel. Apparel can consist of many different types of gear, ranging from clothing and armor to sunglasses and hats. Hollow Point does more damage but is easily blocked by armor. Armor Piercing ignores a large amount of the enemy's damage threshold but does slightly more damage. Overcharge used by energy weapons. Slug used by shotguns. Okay. Which one should I use then? Strength 4. Oh, I can mod things, okay. I guess I'll use this. Oh. Damage 15. Damage per second is 46. Damage 8. Damage 4.4 times 7? I'll just use the rifle. The ongoing conflict in the Mojave Wasteland has kicked weapon manufacturers into high gear. All major and minor weapons dealers in the region are rolling in new weapons, ammunition types, and modifications. Okie doke. Where's my gun? How do I pull it out? I have to turn the sensitivity down, still. I bumped it up way too much. Sierra Madre Grand Opening. Your Pip-Boy has picked up a radio broadcast inviting you to the grand opening of the Sierra Madre Casino. Okay, so this is the town? Beautiful location. Absolutely beautiful. Can I break in here? Maybe I should switch to a melee weapon. Guess not. Break window? Nope. Nope, no way into this house. So what's this way? Northeast? I have to go northeast. Is this a person's house that I just broke into? I should probably put my weapon away if so. Who lives here? Where is everyone? This is nice. Is there anything in this box? Guess not. So where am I heading? What's the canyon wreckage? It's not what I meant to do. What is this? Let me check out these stores that... Whoops, I keep pressing the wrong button. Can we use to deliver items to any Mojave Express? Oh, okay. Pack of cigarettes. So there's a store here. Are you Justin Timberlake? I know I had bullets in my brain. Chet.
Weapon mods and special ammo. Well worth the caps if you ask me. If you're hurting for caps, I've also got boxes of surplus ammo in the miscellaneous section. They're not great, but you get what you pay for. Can do.
I have 806 caps. How do I find out how many caps I have?
The leader was a New Vegas type. Typical city boy. He had a bunch of Great Khans with him, probably hired guns. The Great Khans normally stay in their own territory way up northwest, on account of them being enemies with the NCR.
What does NCR stand for? No chemical romance?
Twice. Both times I drank a lot of liquor and lost most of my caps at the card tables. In that order, now that I think about it. If you ever get to New Vegas, be sure to visit Gomorrah. It's the best casino in the city. You won't regret it. Word of advice, behave. Between the NCR military police and Mr. House's robots, you don't want to be causing trouble on the strip.
I'm gonna cause trouble on the strip. Tell me about the Great Khans.
Mean, but not crazy. They'll leave you alone unless you got something they want. The Great Khans deal in illegal chems. There's a good chance that most chems you come across were made by Great Khans. I'm afraid I don't know much myself. Mr. House has got his own casino, Lucky 38, but nobody goes in or out except his robots. The other casinos...
What robots are gambling?
So I guess that makes him the leader of New Vegas. As far as I know, nobody's ever laid eyes on the guy. I think that robot who pulled you out of the dirt belongs to Mr. House. If Mr. House is looking after you, it's got to be a good thing, right?
Is it? Or does he just want to use me?
Take it easy now.
Actually, I want to know the difference between the ammo.
It's all about quantity over quality. Trouble is, you'll be cleaning and fixing your gun a lot more than usual when you use those kind of bullets.
I have to clean and fix my gun?
Weapon mods are things like silencers, scopes, bigger magazines. Special ammo includes things like armor-piercing bullets, which don't hurt the target as much, but let you punch through armor easier. There's also hollow...
Okay. So he can explain stuff that I may have missed on the screen. It says corn. Can I take a motorcycle? Damn it, I can't. Hey, you're Easy Pete.
What can Easy Pete do for you? The one in the fancy suit seemed to be calling the shots. That's as much much as I know. Other folks in town might know more. Word of advice, though, if you ever catch up with him, watch out. The man's got cold eyes like a snake. Can't be trusted.
That's mean to snakes.
Was a prospector until I decided to settle here to get away from the NCR. Now we'll just take it easy and help out with the Brahmin and Bighorners. Nah. Means I poke through old buildings looking for working tech and such. Some folks just call it salvaging, but never like the term. The way I see it, salvage means it's broken, near worthless. Me, I look for the good stuff. Guns, chems, spare parts. Good money in it.
Smart man, smart man.
Nope. Had a pretty good claim once, way out east by the river, but got run off by raiders. Eventually got too old to keep going out. Don't get me wrong, the NCR's got a lot of decent folk in it. It's just that they make you part of them whether you like it or not. Towns
Like an HOA. Oh my god, the NCR is like an HOA.
Still, the NCR keeps the Legion away.
Tell me about the Legion.
They're slavers, led by a guy named Caesar, or Caesar. Not sure how you're supposed to say it. A couple of years ago, they tried to take over Hoover Dam, but the NCR beat them back. The NCR didn't or couldn't finish the job, though. The Legion's got its strength back and is getting ready for another round at the dam.
Oh no.
They're still on the NCR winning.
Let me guess, it's like a Skyrim. I'm gonna have to choose a faction?
About legionaries on the Nevada side of the river, so keep a gun handy. You don't want to get caught by them. The dam powers a lot of New Vegas, and then there's all that clean water lying in Lake Mead, too. Anybody who owns the dam owns the territory.
To the town of our free who rode a train to one fine day.
Meat and hide, mostly. Can't put a pack on them. You just lay down until you take it off. Can find a bunch of wild ones high up in the hills, but gotta be careful around them. They can put up a decent fight if cornered.
Okay, so they're like pigmen. I gotta watch out for them if I attack them.
Harmless, no matter what Trudy says. She thinks it's hiding something, but I think it's just a broken down relic with no place to be.
Goodbye.
Keep your gun handy if you go poking around some of the abandoned places around here, like the schoolhouse. Critters move in there sometimes.
Schoolhouse, you say? Where's the schoolhouse? That it? No, that's... Where would the schoolhouse be?
shot. Well, that's a start. But I don't reckon you came to me to learn to fight sarsaparilla bottles.
No.
Geckos away from our water supply anyway. Darn critters are attracted to it. Why don't you come along?
Okay.
Follow me. It's just down to the southeast a short ways.
How do I run? It's weird that there's not a run button. It looks like she's running, though. Sorry. It's a real Dick Cheney situation here. Where's the water supply? Is it right over there?
Hear that up on the ridge behind me there? We got some geckos to clear out.
Oh boy.
Monsters is what they are. Seems like Doc Mitchell treats more gecko bites than anything else. Let's see if we can get a little closer. If we move quietly, we can get the jump on them. More likely to hit something vital that way. Okay, you're on. Go give them hell.
I don't see them. Oh, I see him now. Stop! Whoa! No, you can't!
See? You're getting the hang of it.
Yeah, I know.
There's 2 more wells that still need clearing. If you want, you can come along. It'd be worth a few caps to me. I don't blame you. They're good eating, but that's about it. I'm heading back now. Hope I didn't miss anything good on the jukebox. Cheyenne would never forgive me. Hey, do me a favor. Trudy, she's the bartender up at the Prospector. Kind of the town mom. She likes to meet newcomers. She'd be cross with me if I didn't ask you to poke your head in and say hi.
Fine, I'll do that. Can I ask you the questions now?
You're on Good Springs for a while longer? Sure can.
Yes.
Take the road southeast out of town till it hits the freeway. Prim is the town with the roller coaster straight south. Can't miss it. NCR patrols do a good job of keeping the highway clear, but I'd keep your gun where you can reach it easily. You never know who you'll run into. Off the road, you'll probably start running into hostile wildlife. My advice would be to stick to the highway when you can. Sure, what do you want to know?
I want to know everything, man. I want to know everything there is to know.
Southeast of here is Prim. Can't miss it. Since it has the giant old roller coaster right in the middle of town.
Thanks.
The NCR's got an outpost.
Any other towns?
If you follow the road north, you'll eventually hit Sloan and Quarry Junction. They mine rocks or something, but I heard they got troubles lately. I wouldn't head that direction if I were you, though. Got critters up there that don't take kindly to getting shot.
What is that supposed to mean?
The New California Republic.
New California Republic. Not No Chemical Romance. I guess that makes more sense. I guess that makes sense.
Not that I got a choice.
Okay.
Well, the wildlife for one thing, rowdy locals for another. They're protecting their own. Just happens to help us. They've been holding off this other group from the east, too. Got a funny name. Call themselves Caesar's Legion.
Oh.
Never seen them in these parts.
So, there's like 3 different groups?
That's about it. Supposedly, they keep slaves and they got some real nasty ways of killing folks.
Oh.
But maybe that's just something folks in the NCR cooked up to make themselves seem more useful here. Less uninvited.
And tell me about those creatures.
Mostly coyotes and geckos. The coyotes are pretty dangerous in large packs, but otherwise they're nothing to really worry about. The geckos aren't too tough, but they've got a nasty bite. I've heard about bigger, nastier versions out in the wasteland, but I've never seen them. Stick to the roads when you can, and steer clear of the hills north of Good Springs. The critters up there are big and poisonous.
Big and poisonous? No!
If you want to know anything else, just ask.
Is there any work?
Good Springs, no. But if you're up for a little scavenging, there's always the schoolhouse.
Ooh.
What's in there is junk, but there's this old safe that even Easy Pete wasn't able to crack with dynamite. If you want to take a shot at it, take these. If the lock's too much for you to handle, reading through the magazine might give you the edge you need. You'll need those to pick the lock. Be careful though. Put too much pressure on them and they'll snap. Always happy to help someone down on their luck.
Thanks, man. What do you do around here?
I also help keep the town clear of rad scorpions.
Rad scorpions?
Not many people live in Good Springs, so wildlife is always creeping in.
Goodbye.
Until next time.
I have no more use for you. Oh, the dog's gonna attack me, isn't it? No! Please! I just wanna see how hard it'll be to kill someone. There we go. I want this dog to stop. Okay, fine. Go meet Shruti at the Prospector Saloon. Alright. Where's the fucking saloon again? This way? Right? I don't know. I'm lost already. She took me all the way through this back way. Now I'm all turned around and confused. I'm at someone's house. This isn't the saloon. I thought this was a bunch of people standing there. Where's the saloon? How do I run? What does C&D stand for? Jakey, what the fuck are you doing? Ridiculous. I love that the music doesn't stop even when you walk into a room. I want you to stop being a dick. What was that you said about Ringo?
Trader who decided he'd rather shoot than pay the toll for being in our territory. He's hiding somewhere in town. Would serve these idiots right if me and my guys shot the place up after we got payback on Ringo.
He wants to take over the town?
It is now. Me and the rest of the guys busted out of the NCR prison east of here and took over. Now we're calling the shots.
Does anybody else want this?
None of your damn business. You ought to know better than to ask a man that kind of question. Rob some people, burn some things, kill
Yes.
Same old shit that's been going on for years. The NCR and Legion are still fighting over Hoover Dam for some reason.
So why is my character so confused?
Never been there since the NCR's got troops all over it. Must be pretty important.
Joe Cobb. Like the salad? Are you shooting?
Well, you've been causing quite a stir. Glad I finally got to meet you. Welcome to the Prospector Saloon. Looks like our little town got itself dragged into the middle of something we don't want anything to do with. About a week ago, this traitor, Ringo, comes into town. Survivor of an attack, he says. Bad men after him. Needs a place to hide. We figured he was just in shock, so we gave him a place to lie low. We didn't actually expect anyone to come after him.
Why?
He's holed up at the abandoned gas station up the hill.
Yes!
You mean murder him? That's not even if Cobb is scum. He can bluster and threaten all he wants.
Fine.
Some of the others, like Sonny, will probably stand up for Ringo if he asks for help, which he hasn't. Personally, I hope he sneaks out of town one night and takes the powder gangers with him. Chain gangs, really. The NCR brought them in from California to work on the rail lines. Problem is, it turns out that giving convicts a bunch of dynamite and blasting powder isn't the best idea.
Who would have thought?
There was a big escape not too long ago. Some of them stuck together so they could make trouble. That's what we're dealing with now. Alright. If you were able to get Ringo out of this mess, you'd have a decent reputation around Good Springs. I'd even set you up with a discount. Of course, helping Ringo would also make the powder gangers mad. And they've got a lot of friends out there.
Oh well, I'll deal with the powder gangers. I want that discount. So I help Ringo, and Good Springs will like me more. What if I help the powder gangers?
Don't know why you'd want to do a thing like that.
Fair?
Yep, you'd get on their good side, but people around here wouldn't appreciate it one bit.
Well, that discount's very enticing to me. I haven't even seen what you have for sale yet, but I love me a good deal, so let me go to that gas station. And let me switch to a shotgun. Oh, I'm already on my shotgun. Huh? Which door leads out? This way. Alright. Gas station up the hill. Up there. Alright. I just have to get up there. I'll protect him better than anyone ever has. What does maintain do? So I have to repair and maintain. Interesting. Okay. Who's this guy? Keep pressing the wrong button. Let me put my gun away. Put the gun away.
Way too many strangers coming into town these days. No offense.
Sorry. Jeez. Why fucking bad, guy? I was shot in the head. I didn't really have a choice. I didn't ask to come here. So is he inside? Yeah. Alright, where's the door inside? Is this it? Is there anything I can check outside first? No other entrances. Okay. I'm gonna help Ringo.
That's close enough. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
I want to help you. If you're gonna shoot, you better not miss.
Sorry about the gun. You just caught me off guard, that's all. We got off to a bad start. What say we start over with a friendly game of Caravan? You know how to play?
No.
It's a two-player game, and the winner takes the whole pie. You build a caravan using the cards in your deck. The goal is to create caravan bids that beat your opponent's bids. So there's more strategy than luck involved.
I don't know what the fuck any of this means.
In any casino. Too slow-paced. And more importantly, no house edge. Here, take this holotape. It goes into more specifics about the rules. You'll also need a deck, so take one of my spares. So, you feel like playing a game?
Let's play.
Don't worry, I'm not that good of a player.
Alright, what does any of this mean? Raise. What am I doing here? I don't know what this is doing. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Am I doing anything here? The fuck does that do? What am I doing here? This is the most confusing game I've ever played in my entire life, and I've played real life games. You lose. What? I don't know what I'm doing here.
What is it? Yeah, he doesn't look very tough, though. I hear he's afraid I'll shoot him down from one of the windows when I see him. And he's right. I'll have a much bigger problem once his friends show up. There's no way I could handle all of them.
I bet I could.
I'm gonna lay low for as long as I can, assuming the town doesn't throw me to the wolves. I've got no chance against the gang on my own. We just end up sharing the same grave if it's just the two of us. Now, if some of the other people in town were also on board. Start with Sunny Smiles. She's been friendlier than most around here.
And she has a gun. I want to fucking beat this game in just a full all-out brawl. It's gonna be a massacre in this town.
If you're looking for supplies, howdy.
Can I talk to this guy?
You looking to buy some supplies? If Ringo doesn't head out on his own, I think we should hand him over. The town shouldn't get itself mixed in the problem. Don't mistake that for cowardice.
You're a coward.
We're a town of survivors. We'll fight tooth and nail if pushed, but we don't go looking for trouble. Take it easy now.
Piece of shit. Doc. Where are you, Doc? Doc.
Welcome back. I had hoped you wouldn't need to come see me again so soon. What can I do for you?
So it's the bandit one?
Seems like wherever I go, it's always the same. Folks just never leave each other alone. Oh, I'm not much good in a fight with my bum leg. And my supplies are scarce, but I'll give you what I can spare.
Oh yeah, you're so nice.
You take care now.
Thanks. Alright, you're useless to me now. I'll blow him away. Bathroom. Where the fuck is living room? This is, here we go. Now I'm heading the right way. And let's go talk to chat. Have I already mentioned that I really like that the music doesn't stop during the loading screens? This is not the general store. This is the general store.
You looking to buy some supplies?
No.
Now just hold on. I never voted to take on the powder gangers. That's a 1,000 cap investment you're talking about.
Yeah, let them take over the town then, you stupid motherfucker.
Your point. I can provide people with some leather armor and extra ammo. Sure hope it's worth it.
It is.
And I'll be guarding the store while all this is going on. I have to put my business first. You understand.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be on the roof with a fucking sniper, man.
Take it easy now.
Capitalists. Capitalist pig. I'm only helping him. I'm only... Where's Easy Pete live? There he is. I see you. I guess that's not him. Those are young? I got bigger ones? So where's Pete? Where's Pete? Is this even where Pete lives? I don't think so. Where'd Pete go? Pete. Petey boy, you're not Pete.
Howdy, partner. Might I say you're
Oh God.
trouble with rustlers, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, partner. Those varmints will be running home with their tails between their legs soon enough.
I like you, Victor.
Happy trails.
I knew you were a good man. So why does Victor the robot have a shack? Is this a schoolhouse? That everyone keeps warning me about? I hear bugs. Oh, there it is. There we go. Fucking... Leave me alone! More? It's easy, though. Fuck off, stupid. Did I kill it, or did it kill me? Oh. I hear another one. Where is it? Nothing. But when it comes down to it, I'll use my grenade launcher if I really have to. SpongeBob music.
So what's going on? Did Sunny agree to help us?
Hell yeah, she did.
Well, I guess that means we're ready to go. Unless you think there's something else you can do. All right, I'm ready. I hope.
Let's go kill him.
The powder gangers are here to play. At least 6, Joe Cobb included.
Fuck.
They look pretty mean. I'll be set up near the store. Let's hope that the gang doesn't manage to make it that far.
Join up with Sunny. Alright guys, let's move. We got this dog with us. We got a guy. Oh god. Alright, I need a different gun. Vilified? Wait, by who? Powder gangers. Liked. Good Springs. I'm vilified. Oh my god. And I'm revered.
Here, these are technically Crimson Caravan funds, but I know they'll understand once I explain things.
They better. You're welcome.
Stick around for a bit longer, but I'll be gone in a few days.
I just want to take out that fucking gang and blow them up. Ooh, I can upgrade some stuff. And let's see. I guess let's bump up lockpicking. Oh, I have 12 skill points that I can assign. Jesus. Is everything double digits now? Okay. There. Confirmed Bachelor and combat do 2% damage against male opponents. Jesus. I'll have unique dialogue options. Dealing with the same sex. There's probably more men in this game. I'll just do... Oh. I can only do one. Alright, let me go... Oh my god, his leg's blown clean off. Just want to make sure he was dead. Oh, these dudes shirtless? Just stripping all of them down. Whoops. And I can sell it. It's really only these guys? Really? Only a baseball bat? Any more of them? I strip search everybody? Looks like I did. Alright, let me go sell some stuff. Or, let me check. Weathered 50. 12. 9. Okay. So what seems the most interesting, and then I'll set that up so that we can do that next stream. Let's do that. And I just gotta head south, I guess. Awesome. Well, let me override this save really quick. And quit out of here. So far, I'm really liking this. It's giving me like the first time I played Skyrim vibes. It's just super. I love the music. It's really enjoyable, and the map seems really cool and fun. So I'm excited to keep playing more of that. I'm shocked it took me 13 years to get around to this game, but I am gonna end the stream now. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, because it's Tuesday, and I don't not stream until it's Wednesday or Thursday. Anyways, bye!